Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to our regular school board meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 3rd, and it is about 6:01. All board members are present. And if you will please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we begin our meeting, I'd like to acknowledge with gratitude the Dena'ina people, past and present, who have lived on these lands since long before Anchorage was here. May we all be good stewards of these lands. Shannon. And that brings us to the approval of our agenda. I know we will need I need a motion to amend the agenda. We have to remove the student hearing action.
Madam President, I'd like to move that we remove the student action hearing from the agenda.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and second that we remove the student item from the agenda. That is item number, let's see, G1. Is there any opposition to removing that item from the agenda? Anybody opposed to that? All right, then that motion passes unanimously.
Madam President, I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? Second. All right. It's been moved and second that we approve the agenda as amended. Is there any opposition to approving the agenda as amended? Seeing none, no opposition, that the agenda is approved as amended. And that brings us to item B, which is our community engagement piece. Lieutenant Christopher Schnipke? Lieutenant Colonel, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Schnipke?
Schnipke, ma'am.
Say it again.
Schnipke.
Schnipke, thank you.
Yes,
welcome.
Ma'am. Thank you. We just wanted to do a quick introduction for myself. Lieutenant Colonel Chris Schnipke. I'm the Deputy Mission Support Group Commander here at JBEAR. I'm sitting in the seat for Colonel Delamater since he's out of the office this week. Since I'm new, I took over for Lieutenant Colonel Dainty about a month ago. And so I just want to do a quick introduction. I've been in Anchorage for about 2 years now, previously worked in the 673rd Civil Engineer Squadron on the installation. And with that job, I had some interaction with the school district activities on the installation, but very periphery. Looking forward to working with the district and with our liaison officers on the installation to make sure we have a successful school year. As we have in the off-base community in Anchorage, there's a lot of construction projects going on. We have some similar activities on the installation, and some of them are going to impact at the beginning here, impact the transportation activities for the school buses. But we're working very closely with the right folks inside the district to ensure that's a smooth transition. Building off last year's success with getting passes for the staff ahead of the school year, we're going to build upon that and continue those activities. And we have some really good communications with the staff and the liaison officers to make sure that vetting process for the security installations occurs and is a seamless transition. As many of you are probably aware, the summertime is a very high ops tempo for us with new personnel coming into the local area and on the installation. The majority of our people move in and out during the summer months. And so that we're in the middle of that. And I know that the registrations are going on, and we're looking forward to welcoming a lot of new families into the community and getting their children squared away and into the school season. I know we have 2 new principals for the schools on the installation, and we're looking forward to working with them as well as the other staff and continued cooperation to make sure that this is a successful school year. I know a lot of our families are looking forward to this coming school year, and we're looking forward to getting them started off right. Unless there's any questions, that's the conclusion of my brief.
Thank you, Colonel. Are there any questions for the Colonel? Thank you, Colonel Snipke. Okay, that brings us to our written board conference and community outreach reports. They would be attached to the agenda. And then our next meetings, let's see, communications. Let's just do Member Holloman, your next meeting for communications. I think it's 8/18 at 3:30.
Yes, I don't have that in front of me, but thank you.
All right. And governance?
The 18th at 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. And finance?
Wednesday, the 25th at noon.
Thank you. And those meetings will, of course, be posted so that everyone can see and or listen. That brings us to item C, goal monitoring. Goal monitoring begins in September, so there won't be a report tonight. I don't know if you had any other comments, Dr. Bishop. Okay. So item D is our next item. And that is public testimony. We have lots of people signed up to testify tonight. You will have exactly 3 minutes. The board welcomes public testimony. We value public comment because it ensures that we remain aware of your thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and it informs our decision-making process. There is a 1-hour time limit at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or may be submitted in writing. Each person, as I said, will have 3 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, you will hear a little chime, and that is to inform you that you will, need to finish up your last sentences, maybe a couple of sentences. Okay, so let's get started with our public testimony. First on the list, we have Laura Norton Cruz, telephonically. Laura, are you on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome. Thanks. Good evening. I'm here testifying as a social worker and public health professional as a member of the 500 plus member parent advocacy group called Growing Alaskan Leaders. And first and foremost, as the mother of a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. In fact, you'll be hearing my 7-year-old's testimony next. I'm here out of concern for my children, for all ASD children in the larger ASD community, to ask that the board approve Dr. Bishop's recommendation for universal masking within ASD facilities. Universal masking in schools is in line with the new CDC guidance and that of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I applaud this recommendation by the superintendent and urge the school board to approve it now and to stay the course and maintain this policy throughout the year. I know that you will face political pressure and protests and social media campaigns against masking, and we're asking you to stay steadfast in the face of this pressure, even if the case counts change, even if protests froze. Now, our case counts are being driven up by the Delta variant, and pediatric severity seems to be increasing. So this is definitely the right decision now and will be for quite some time. My children are currently too young to be vaccinated, but when they become eligible, I'll vaccinate them. I'll be very glad to have this protection for them, but that alone won't protect all of the children in the district, many of whom will not have parental consent for vaccines, and some of whom are immunocompromised or have conditions that put them at greater risk. So any sound policy from the district will seek to protect as many students as possible while keeping them in the learning environment as much as is safe. Which brings me to my second point, which is about quarantine. I am concerned by the recommendation that Dr. Bishop put forward that, quote, asymptomatic, properly masked students and fully vaccinated individuals will not be required to quarantine if deemed a close contact, end quote. I understand that testing can be a substitute for quarantine, but in order for a negative test to be adequate, it needs to be taken 5 days post-exposure, which would mean quarantining prior to taking the test and while awaiting results. And, you know, if ASD can help with rapid testing, that can help speed up the results part, but I don't believe that avoiding quarantine altogether after a known exposure will keep our ASD community safe. Part of the determination in this policy that she's proposing of whether a student has to quarantine post-exposure, it seems, is whether they were properly masked or not. I taught elementary school for years, and the thought of having to focus on academics and behavior and the degree to which a child exhibits proper mask usage, and the thought of trying to be accurate enough in my assessment so that for that to be the determining factor on whether a student quarantines or not and potentially exposes other students, that sounds exhausting and extremely stressful and potentially really tricky for teachers to be in that position of determining that. It was really difficult this summer having my kids at home after they were exposed to a positive. So I absolutely understand the sentiment of wanting to avoid, you know, kids having to go home and not be in the learning environment. And I was really relieved, you know, with my own kids that masking of my children and of the COVID positive person they were exposed to did manage to protect them, right? Masks are great, but they aren't 100%. And we need to use multiple forms of.
Thank you, Laura. And now we have Ida Aveneda Cruz. Welcome, Ida.
Hello, my name is Ida Luna and I'm going into second grade. Thank you for making people wear masks, and I am a kid. It is your job to protect me. I do not want to get sick, so please keep the rule how it is.
Thank you, Ida. Next, we have signed up Sarah Murphy in person.
It was so good.
Thank you, Ida. You were good. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Murphy, and I'm a family physician here in Anchorage and mother to 2 students in the Anchorage School District, a first and a third grader who are not yet eligible to be vaccinated against COVID. Thank you, Dr. Bishop, and thank you for school board members for everything you've done this past year and will continue to do during this pandemic. I also thank you for the new mitigation plan that includes universal masking for the school year. A safe return to school is a public health issue, not a public opinion one, and I appreciate you looking to public health guidelines to inform the proposed plan. I suggest creating an advisory board of public health experts to help guide plans going forward, as we will likely have other COVID variants arise and situations change in our community. Part of safely opening schools includes universal masking, which I see to be controversial. In trying to understand this more, I've looked at many of the anti-mask websites that make untrue claims and state incorrect findings from the studies they cite. These can be really tricky to wade through. Masks are safe and they are effective at preventing the spread of COVID-19. I encourage anyone to look at the CDC's website as they have robust data listed there. Last year, we learned 2 things. Children need to be in schools, and we know how to open schools safely. School transmission was low when mitigation precautions were taken. Many of these layers are addressed in ASD's current plan, including masking, distancing, improved ventilation, hand hygiene, accessibility to virus testing, and accessibility to vaccination for those eligible. However, there are a few points in ASD's current plan that differ from the CDC guidelines I would like to see included. The first is eating. Eating requires masks to be off, and we know this is a high-risk activity. Students should be distanced and placed in classroom cohorts for eating, not in cafeterias altogether. The second is that the CDC recommends masking outdoors if transmission levels are high and if distance cannot be maintained. We now have high transmission levels in Anchorage. Children cannot reliably distance on the playground, and masks outdoors will be a safer option until our community transmission levels decrease. The Delta variant is a game changer, and we're still understanding that. We know it's more infectious, but there's still a lot we don't know. Does it affect children more severely than earlier variants? It's possible, as pediatric ICUs are filling up in hotspots around the country. What will happen with repeated COVID infection over a lifetime as these children will face? We don't know the rates of long-haul COVID among children, but with older variants, it was 5 to 20%. The low end of 5% is 1 in 20 children having long-haul COVID or symptoms lasting 5 to 12 weeks, and we're still studying how long those last. This is a staggering number. Think back to last year and the effort we took to keep the vulnerable population safe. Now these children are the vulnerable population. We cannot give up on them now. Given the uncertainty around the Delta variant and the rampant spread in our community, please prioritize decreased disruption in our children's education by having the robust layered mitigation plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next on our list, we have Jennifer Allison, and she's telephonically. Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jen Allison. I have 3 young children that will be impacted by what is decided here. Also, I've spent the last 19 years supporting families in our community as a nurse for an accredited freestanding birth center, a doula, a childbirth educator, and a lactation support professional. So I'm also pretty invested in the health and wellness of our community. I wish to begin my statement by asking respectfully for us all to find some common ground to meet on. I know we are all tired of this. Regardless of our individual perspective, we have all been affected. I also refuse to believe any of us on either side are acting with the intention of harming one another, let alone children or vulnerable populations in our community. But here are some facts. The reality of COVID is that even mild underlying health issues like asthma, which is the leading chronic illness in children, or the more complex conditions like congenital heart defects, which actually occurs in 1 in every 100 babies born, means that the vulnerable in our community actually account for a whole lot of us. It takes a village to raise all kids, but especially these. So, as a mom to one of these complex kiddos, welcome to the club that no one wants to join. Recently, the American Academy of Pediatrics released evidence-based recommendations for what is necessary to prevent and limit the spread of COVID. And may I remind you, these medical providers are the people that we as parents collectively depend on to mend and mind not just all the little broken hearts out there, but to guide medicine and treatment for illness and accidents, to set growing bones from great and not so great adventures. These are the people you hand your little ones over to when all we have to give as a parent isn't enough. Why would we question their guidance? Those guidelines include mask wearing for all students and staff, vaccinated or not, in addition to other measures. It apparently also needs stating masks are safe, also from the American Academy of Pediatrics, specifically the Committee of Pulmonologists. Masks do not cause or contribute the following: low blood oxygen levels, rebreathing of carbon dioxide, as both oxygen and carbon dioxide molecules easily pass through all recommended mask material. Masks do not affect lung development, and mask use even for extended periods of time, even in medically complex children like my own, is safe and protective and prevents both spread and infection of COVID and other respiratory illness when used as a part of a mitigating strategy that includes social distancing and frequent hand washing. I ask that the data and sound recommendations from the AAP and other public health organizations guide your vote tonight. Seeking and providing safe, inclusive education for all of our children is our common ground here. It is our duty to make whatever accommodations ensure their safety as much as it is the right to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Christina Talbert Clark, telephonically. Christina, are you there? *6. Christina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh?
I can barely hear you. Okay, Christina, I'll swing back.
Is this better? Can you hear me now?
That is much better. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I am very sorry for that.
No
Thank
problem.
you. My name is Christina Talbot Clark.
I have 2 children in elementary school, and I have one who's entering middle school for the first time. And they are all currently too young to be vaccinated. And they and I have been really concerned with the rise of the Delta variant about children going back to school and the potential for a lot of kids to get sick. I was worried about the community as well as my own kids. My kids were worried about their own health. And when we heard from the superintendent that the district was planning to follow the recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC to require mandatory masking for everybody in the school building, I was greatly relieved. My children were greatly relieved. And I urge you to follow through on that, not just for the first few months and not just until the vaccine becomes available for children who are under 12, but to carry through as long as we have cases rising and until we get to very low rates in Anchorage. It's not just the health of the children, it's the health of the entire community. And as we did last year, we have the potential to affect the health of the entire city by the choices that the district makes. So I was so happy to see the superintendent's message. I urge you to follow through and carry that out for the entire school year. I thank you for this, and my children thank you. They are very reassured, and they're looking forward to seeing their friends again in a safe way. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have Star Marcette telephonically. Star, are you there?
Yes,
Welcome.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Star Marcette, and I'm calling in to testify in support of the district's mask mandate. The board members can remember we were kind of here last year about trying to get our kids back in school and how we were going to do that, and we heard testimony on how people were saving their leave to go to funerals, that there would be deaths. But with proper mitigation, we were able to get our kids back into school and keep them there and educate them. And now that's what we're doing again. The numbers are exactly where they were last year, but we know that this works because we've done it before and we need to do it again. It's not about the adults. It's not about your civil liberties. It's about keeping kids in school. So I certainly hope the board, if they do decide to vote on this, that they will support Dr. Bishop and ASD, because this is exactly what we need to do. Put kids first, keep them in school, and support the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Star Marcette, former board member Star Marcette. Okay. Next on our list, we have Danielle Kemp telephonically. Mr. Kemp, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
All right. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Danielle Kemp. I'm a retired Army combat officer, parent of 2 ASD students, and teacher in the ASD. I'm also the president and co-founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators. And tonight, the ACBE would like to recommend that the board approve the superintendent's mask policy and COVID policy. It's the right thing to do, especially in light of the most recent reports of surging COVID-19 cases. The prevalence of the Delta variant in young people makes this move even more prudent, so thank you. Now let me address another elephant in the room. Dear Alaska and ASD community, various regressive organizations and their representatives that I will not name tonight are lying to you. They and their ilk continue to insult you with lies and by withholding the truth. Again, they've been lying to you about COVID, the history of our country, and even election results. You deserve better and should demand more. You demand nothing less than the truth, and that they should stop spreading these lies. Not just any lies, but what I call the continuum of lies, all based on the original big lie of white supremacy. Education is key, though. No coincidence that these new voter suppression laws and attacks on truth and education are happening at the same time. Education and democracy go hand in hand. The less knowledge someone has about the truth of a matter, the more susceptible they are to lies and manipulation. This is how regressivism works, by suppressing both the vote and the voter's education. You couple that with lies, rampant omissions, and a media landscape that advances a false victimhood rationalization and a home environment which reinforces the same, and what you get is an electorate willing to violate the sanctity of our nation's capital and commit murder in order to overthrow a government it wrongly believes stole an election from them. Regressives who cry indoctrination should be angry that they themselves have been indoctrinated. If we do not stop the continuum of lies, which started with the original big lie of white supremacy, then we will have more January 6th or worse coming our way. Therefore, past time to break that cycle with truth and education. Before I leave, though, I would like to invite everyone to the ACBE's Back to School Jam on Labor Day, September 6th from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club. During this event, we will have a backpack and school supplies giveaway, COVID-19 vaccines, and valuable info. You can make donations to this event and for backpacks for our kiddos at theacbe.org. That's theacbe.org. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Kip. Moving on, we have in person, Polly Carr. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Polly Carr, and I'm a mother of a 10-year-old attending the Anchorage School District, and I'm here representing myself tonight. I know there are parents here who are opposing COVID protection measures, reasoning that it goes against their rights. I believe in parents' rights in education. I think it's a parent's right to ensure their child is safe when attending school. I think it is a parent's right to ensure their child can learn in a healthy environment, both for their minds and their bodies. And I think it's a parent's right and responsibility to advocate that our schools prioritize the well-being of our students, our teachers, and administrators, especially the most vulnerable among us. And so I'm here today to exercise those rights and to applaud Superintendent Bishop's operational policies for universal masking and other protective measures for the sake of our children and community. COVID cases are on the rise, as we all know, with the new Delta variant. We know the unvaccinated are being hurt the worst, and that includes our children under 12 years. And regardless of vaccination status, the American Academy of Pediatrics has released school guidance supporting in-person learning and recommends universal masking in school of everyone over the age of 2. This has been an incredibly challenging year for all of us, and we saw so many people fall through the cracks. I want my daughter and all other students, the children of all the parents in this room, to be able to attend in-person school and do that in a way that feels safe, that is safe, and protects their health. We need to do everything we can to ensure that that is the case. So I'm asking the school board to pass these operating policies for the sake of our school community and to maintain them so we can finally get past the painful impacts of this pandemic together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Next in person, we have Janine Miller. Janine Miller. Okay, thank you. Let's try Amber Barney in person. Amber Barney. Okay. Rosalind Grady Weiss. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hey guys, it's me, Rosalind. I want to put a face to me. Hey, how you doing? I am the Vice President and co-founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators. We will champion equity in education for communities of color in order to achieve equality, and our goals are to ensure people of color needs are met with fairness and equity. I'm so excited for what this school year is going to bring. I have 2 preschoolers, 1 kindergartner, 1 going into the 7th grade, and 1 going to Betty Davis East High School. Whew, all ready to be face-to-face. And as an employee, I'm also glad that COVID mitigations are in place and I know they work. Thank you, Dr. Bishop, for making recommendations or a suggestion that is going to be brought forth tonight on universal masks, especially because the public opinion is very negative about it. I was extremely shocked and screaming for joy when I got that email on my son's 12th birthday. Numbers are skyrocketing, and it shows your concerns for students, their families, employees, their families, and the community. You definitely have my support along with a whole lot of other people. Once again, I'm so excited. And one more thing, I have reached out to many of you to be on Saturday morning reads. We do it every Saturday at 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. It is a literacy project that we have brought about that is available on Zoom. And then we can continue on Zoom because numbers are rising. All you have to do is read a children's book, and then we ask you about your position, things you do, and how you got there. So when you see the acve@gmail.com, please don't run from it. Read it. Thank you. Have a beautiful day and enjoy the rest of your summer. See you guys on August 12th.
Thank you, Ms. Grady Weiss. Next, we have in person, Brandon Garris. Brandon Garris, Garis. Okay, let's move on to Kirsten Travelstead. Kirsten Travelstead. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Kristen. Are you, okay. Is Kristen here? What about Brandon? Okay. Louis Imbriani? Welcome, Mr. Imbriani. You have 3 minutes. We'll ring the bell at 30 seconds. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, members of the Anchorage School District Board. My name is Louis Imbriani. I'm a 29-year resident of Anchorage and a 2010 graduate of South Anchorage High School. I do not have any children, but as a homeowner and resident of Anchorage, I have a vested interest in the future of the city. The future of Anchorage are the children, and a large amount of those children are enrolled in the Anchorage School District. I'm going to get right to the point. There should not be a mask mandate implemented for the Anchorage School District. Last week, the CDC issued updated guidance on masking, and the American Academy of Pediatrics updated their COVID-19 guidance on returning to school. Both entities encouraged masking. They make these recommendations with no new studies, and all of the studies they do reference talk about the possibility of transmission. They do not talk about the effectiveness of masks in reducing the transmission of COVID-19. In addition to this, the articles are littered with words like may or could, showing they lack the evidence that 1, in-person schooling poses a higher threat of transmission, and 2, masking will decrease that transmission. The CDC doesn't know. The American Academy of Pediatrics doesn't know. I don't know. You all don't know. So what do we do when there's no solid, tangible, or empirical evidence pointing to the answer, and all we have are recommendations and assumptions? Well, I'll tell you what we don't do. We don't take away parental rights. In loco parentis does not apply to the situation. There's no clear answer. And because of this, we need to let parents choose what is best for their children and what is best for their family. By implementing a mask mandate in the Anchorage School District, you are forcing an ideology, and you are forcing parents to give into the ideology if they want their kids to attend in-person school. I've heard a lot of talk about equity and safety and inclusion. What about those kids that can't tolerate a mask? What about those parents who don't want their kids masked because they want to see them smile? There are people that cannot do that. You are causing more division. You are separating the children. You're taking them, as one person said, you want them, or she wanted them to be in cohorts for eating. I remember the best times my days at school were during lunchtime, getting to see all those other people that I didn't get to see. So I ask that you do not impose a mandate based on recommendations. Let parents decide what is best for their children, and I assure you they'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. If we would like to hear everyone's testimony without the extra applause. And if you are going to continue with the extra applause, then we will stop public testimony. So please let us hear from each of you. It's the respectful thing to do. Next, in person, we have Pete Gump. Pete, are you here? Yes, welcome.
Hey, there you go. It better run with Pete.
Please.
I'm sorry, guys. It was their response. I'm just responding to you guys. And thank you guys very much. I am Pete Gump, and thank you for letting me have a voice for my children.
Yes.
My children are American, just like you guys. And leadership skills are being tested right now at every level here in America, from the federal government out to us, lower to the school boards against family's choice. We have been lied to for a long time because I'm not a professional. I don't have the credentials. I am a stay-at-home dad, not by choice. You know, I was going to the workforce, but my daughter was born. And then it gave me the opportunity to see this, what's going on both sides of the story, because I have the, what do you call it? I have the ability to watch both sides of the news, while every hardworking Anchorage member here in Anchorage they get off of work and they get to watch this Alaska's news source, and that's what they see. But if you guys want to know what I'm talking about with the choice, this is not about science. Science has been proven here. It's been political science, and science fiction that I've been watching. And with all of this, since the day one, we've been listening to opinions. And one opinion only matters, the CDC's guidelines. And they've been wrong with 1 mask, 2 masks, cloths, and now N95 for working place. And now they want us to probably gonna expect kids to be wearing N95 masks, which we can't even breathe through. And it's just suffocating. And for my kid that drools, and everybody else's kid that we're teaching our kids that to be an American is to obey authority and authoritarian rule. And that's un-American. Un-American is to be telling us what to do and not giving us a choice. You gotta shut up and listen. And if we have to shut up and listen and have no choice by having somebody that has an authority that's been in office or trying to further their career, and if you guys are trying to further your career, and then for the American way is to have a people's choice. Because my kids don't have a choice. They're understanding that we are the first leaders. We're the first teachers. And then you guys are teachers and you guys are leaders, respected leaders. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I am not one-sided. I am not Democrat, Republican. I am an American. And it's not about either side. It's all Americans. And Americans are supposed to have their choice, whether you're putting you into a number like what they did with the Nazis with a patch and have un-Americans, unvaccinated people wear masks. Not wear masks, and opposite, vice versa. You're labeling people, and that's discrimination. And look at my face. I know about discrimination because I'm Alaska Native.
Thank you, Mr. Gump. I'd like to caution the room again. We would like to hear everyone speak. We are asking that there's no clapping after testimony, as it can be intimidating to others wishing to speak. Next up in person, we have Julian Cardinal. Welcome, Julian.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Julian Cardinal and I'm 10 years old. I'm pleased to speak before you, albeit a bit nervous. I've come to speak in support of mask wearing in schools this year. I'm getting ready to start 5th grade at a school run by Asd, Winterberry Charter School. I support all children wearing masks at school during the 2021-2022 school year because I think it would help everyone feel safer and decrease COVID-19 spikes during the school year. Last year, I homeschooled with my family. It wasn't particularly easy or smooth. We made it work, but I look forward to returning to school with a teacher and other kids if we are protected from unnecessary risks. I would like the transition back to school to be as easy and safe as possible. One helpful piece of feeling safe would be to have me and people around me wear masks. It is my opinion that children can and will wear masks. I believe research supports this. My opinion is partly motivated by my friends and other children's compliance during the last year. I'm a social kid and I've missed my friends as well as school. My parents did their best, but I want to be in school with classmates. I also understand science and really want to be safe. I want to get vaccinated when I am eligible. I want to put COVID-19 behind me. Kids in my age range and younger cannot yet be vaccinated. I don't want to go back to school with kids unmasked and unvaccinated while COVID-19 cases are increasing in our community, and I'm worried my parents won't let me attend if we aren't masking. My dream of a return to normal has not yet been fulfilled. I wish we were back to normal, but I know this pandemic is not behind us, and that's why I support public masking in schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julian. Next, we have Sarah Osborne, telephonically. Sarah, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah Osborne, and I'm a middle school educator and a parent of an unvaccinated rising kindergartner and a 2-year-old. And I live, work, learn, teach, and am participating today from Denina land. I've separately submitted written testimony, but I'm calling in today to again request that the board vote to support Dr. Bishop's proposed school start plan, including mandatory masking. COVID numbers in Anchorage are higher than they were at this time last year, and Delta is far more transmissible than the variant we faced last year. Our children under 12 are still completely vulnerable to infection, disease, and long-term negative health outcomes. Plus, we don't have the same community protections like shutdowns and restrictions as we did last year, so transmission and spread happens more frequently. Please follow the recommendations of the AAP and adopt the school start plan with mandatory mask requirement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, Madeline Obsak. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Telephonically. Madeline, are you there?
Yeah, that's actually my daughter, Madeline Osak.
Okay.
She's 5 and she is starting kindergarten this year, and she's so excited. But she'll only be able to start kindergarten when it is safe and sensible for her to do so. Unfortunately, this is her bedtime, and she is getting her teeth brushed right now. I just encourage you to hold this time, this 3 minutes that she wanted to speak, to hold it in representation of all of the unvaccinated children who have had no voice throughout this pandemic and don't have the privilege or ability to attend late night meetings. As a school board, I just hope that all of your decisions will center the children and students that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Madeline for us as well. Thank you. Next, we have Taylor Mitchell testifying telephonically. Taylor? *6 if you can hear me. We'll come back up. We'll try to circle back around. Christine Gilgus in person. Christine? Christine, are you here? Okay. Brenna Simmons-Petrus. In person, Brenna. Is Brenna here? Next, we have Juliana Shields, in person. Welcome, Juliana. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I'm Juliana Shields. I'm a family medicine physician here in Anchorage and the parent of 3 children in the Anchorage School District, spanning from kindergarten to 11th grade. I am a product of the Anchorage School District. I'm proud to have my kids in it. And I really need to not homeschool them next year. This year was challenging. Tonight, you've heard a lot about choice, and I'd like to address that. You've heard about parent choice from Mr. Ebrahimi, I believe, who is not even a parent. You've heard from other individuals about how children cannot express themselves and smile when they have an N95 mask on, and you've just heard Julian give this beautiful speech while he is wearing a mask and able to express himself very clearly. Regarding choice, I also believe very deeply in personal autonomy. And I realize that autonomy ends when one person's freedom endangers another. Some people used to say that smoking is a personal choice. The problem with that is that other people had to breathe secondhand smoke. These kids at school are breathing on each other all day long, and one parent's personal choice comes at the expense of other children. My kindergartner does not have a choice for a vaccine right now. And when other people are around her unmasked, they're potentially exposing her to a highly contagious and sometimes deadly virus. And make no mistake, this can be deadly in children. We've heard, well, we probably will continue to hear this evening, that masks are not good for kids. Let me tell you that people in the medical community have been wearing masks for a really long time, and they're not complaining about lack of oxygen. They're not complaining about people not seeing them smile, and they're not complaining about whether their mental health has suffered. Can you imagine what happens to a child's mental health when they end up intubated in the PICU, or when they are a vector for a virus that results in the loss of a life to a loved one? I don't know when we started putting health and safety to a public vote. This is absolutely a matter of public safety. The inconvenience of a few does not outweigh public safety. And quite frankly, wearing a mask for the vast majority of kids is not even an inconvenience. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Centers for Disease Control, and the Infectious Disease Society of America all recommend universal masking in schools. These are legitimate public health and medical societies of our nation. When they endorse this, I'm not sure why we would let public opinion outweigh actual medical research. Please adhere to the guidance set forth by these authorities. Please endorse Dr. Bishop's plan and require universal masking in our schools. Thank you for your time. Thank you for keeping our babies safe.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. Next, in person, Sarah Price. Welcome, Sarah. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Price, and I am a senior at Eagle River High School. The last time you heard me speak, I was a junior. I was drowning in schoolwork. Everything I had looked forward to for years had been canceled, and I did not want to live. And it was because of the decisions you made. The problem was not that I was struggling. It was that everyone was struggling, and you did not care. As elementary school students never learned how to make friends, as middle school students shot themselves, and as high school students lost hope in their futures, you did nothing for months. This kind of toxic school community is not something to be proud of, and certainly not normal. I have just returned from a week in DC where I was surrounded by 100 girls from around the nation. From Delaware to Iowa and even California, the students were prioritized and sent back safely and happily. In Alaska, even when you finally graced us with in-person school, which is a constitutional right in Alaska, the students were not the same. Hands were never shot up to answer questions, and there was not joy shared in the classrooms. Instead, students sat quietly at their desks. That is the kind of school community you have created. So how are parents ever to trust you with the well-being of their students ever again? In one of the worst school districts in the nation, our lives and education have always been used as a political token. And you admitted that to me outside these doors almost a year ago when you talked about how public pressures overweighs the well-being of our students. So let the parents and students finally choose. You don't know my medical history, and you don't know the anxiety I have when I wear a mask. And you clearly do not know what is best for students and families. Listen to a 17-year-old who actually comprehends the situation, and not children who parents are using their education and their friends and their happiness against them and telling them they have to wear masks. Just let them choose. So many students have already vaccinated themselves, and if that's what they feel comfortable with, let them do that. I see some of you guys don't have masks on. That's what you're comfortable with. Other ones do. That's what you're comfortable with. Let there be choice and let there be happiness. So please, for myself, for my fellow students, for my friends, please give us the happiness and freedom we deserve with our education this year. I was really looking forward to just another great school year that I have missed out on for the last two. So please don't get politics twined up in this one. Just let us all live, let us choose, and let us learn. That's your job, to listen to the parents, listen to the community, listen to the students, and teach us. So please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Holly Fisk. Telephonically, Holly.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thanks. So hi, my name's Holly Fisk. I'm a family nurse practitioner and have been an RN for over a decade here in Anchorage. I currently work for South Central Foundation, and the views expressed are my own and not those of the organization I represent. But I did feel it necessary to bring up where I'm coming from and who I see. I'm hoping that the school board will confirm Dr. Bishop's masking and COVID mitigation plan. It's based on sound science that we have now. And for those who have testified saying there's no research, I wanted to give you a tip. There's an excellent website called the World Health Organization where you can search for article abstracts and clinical trials that are pretty much posted daily. Anywho, so I want to just express my support for masking of these kiddos. I have a 3-year-old who has no problem tolerating a mask all day long. I have an 8-year-old who had no problem making new friends at his new school last year while wearing a mask the entire time. My kid's mental health definitely suffered as a result of not being in school, and the science is showing us that masking is one more layer of protection. You guys, you need to know that pandemics do not last forever. They will end. There will be many more lives lost, and we can all play a part in ensuring that every life matters and that we care for the health and safety of all of our students and caregivers and people who are unable to receive the vaccine, including my own family members. In the Alaska Native and American Indian community that I'm so very fortunate to serve, we have seen a history of complete decimation with global pandemics, including this one where the death rate is about twice that of other demographic groups. Back in the day, the Spanish flu, 80% of our statewide deaths were of Alaska Native people. Back in 2009, if you guys remember the H1N1 influenza pandemic, these demographics had a 4 times higher rate of dying. Currently, another sobering statistic worldwide is that over 1,134,000 kids worldwide have experienced the death of a primary caregiver. So let that just stop you in your tracks. That is over 1 million children that have not been able to speak up for themselves. And a simple thing like masking can actually save lives, which is pretty darn cool and easy to do. I also don't know when this got political. I'm disappointed, but I'm also really hopeful that the school board will look to the science, and we can do this, guys. We can get out of this pandemic. And I just highly encourage you to continue prioritizing the health and safety of our students. And homeschooling was a total dumpster fire for us. So please, let's do everything we can to mitigate the spread and the serious.
Thank you. Next, telephonically, we have Niall Williams. Oh, in person, I'm sorry. Niall Williams, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the school board. Thank you for coming in and physically in person tonight. I'd like to read from the Holy Bible, Philippians 4, chapter 4, verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things, those things which ye have both learned and received and heard and seen in me, do, and the God of peace shall be with you. I pray for you, school board members. I pray for you, superintendent. I pray for you, members of the Anchorage School District and the folks over there on the board of directors of the school district. I would like to let you know that there is a conspiracy against rights going on in the municipality of Anchorage that can be charged under Title 18 of the U.S. Code. And that's when through intimidation, bullying, oppression, you deny someone access to exercise their constitutional rights or for having exercised the same. I charge you all in this evening that you are in violation of such. To that effect, I'm making a verbal request for an unedited copy of that videotape that comes out of that camera. I'm also making a verbal request for all the emails of every school board member and every person in that box and every person in the email string. I want all the communications, all the phone calls, and all the text messages. So any of them that are destroyed will be a matter of destruction of public record. I will also be filing a federal lawsuit against you for discriminating against me and violating my civil rights. Next, I would like to speak to the vaccine and mask policy of the school district. This is an experimental gene therapy vaccine by Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, and Pfizer. So citizens of Anchorage, we're going to be developing a class action lawsuit against these drug manufacturers and suing them for crimes against humanity under Nuremberg Code. That has jurisdiction in any court in the world, and any law enforcement officer can enforce that. We just need the political will. Secondly, I'd like to speak to every parent that wants to pull their kids out of school because of the vaccine and the mask policy. We need to file a class action lawsuit to demand the money back from the school district. The $13,300 some odd dollars for every pupil should be returned unto the families of this municipality. And we need to file another lawsuit in federal court for that one. Finally, I would like to ask you to repent of a humble heart and seek the only vaccination that counts, the salvation of the blood of Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Next, we have Anita Wright. Anita Wright, in person. Welcome, Anita. You have 3 minutes.
I am here because I think that our rights are being infringed on, that we don't have the freedom of choice in wearing the masks. As a parent, I have a right to make that choice. There is no proof that these masks work. For example, my grandson is in preschool and they wear their masks all day and do all the protocols, and he got sick. It did not work. And he came back today after a week and a half because he had a cough, so he was not allowed back. And he went back to school, and he and one other child were the only ones there. So they all got sick. So these masks do not work. And it makes me angry. I'm nervous. I never speak. But I feel really strongly about this. And I think we have our rights infringed on. my daughter, she wants to wear a mask in school, and I'm okay with that. I just think that it should be our choice, you know, because when you force people to wear a mask, then, you know, you're infringing on my rights and my kids' rights. And also about the school lunch thing, somebody mentioned, my daughter missed eating several days in school because they did not give them the right amount of time to eat. And it made me angry, and she had sports after school, and they didn't let her have enough time to eat. So I think it's important they have a decent lunch and amount of time in the cafeteria to get decent food. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Anita. Next we have Don Bockelman. Welcome, Don. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dawn Bockelman. I'm a teacher and a parent. On Saturday, July 31st, a lot of us received communication that universal masking would be part of the mitigation plan that would be recommended to the school board, which would be reviewed and discussed during today's meeting. However, yesterday, August 2nd, I, as well as many other teachers and parents, received school-specific information coming from you guys that stated masking would be required for the upcoming school year, a day before the meeting where the recommendation is supposed to be reviewed. And it sounds now that your minds are already made up. In the future, I request you be honest with these communications. If your mind's made up, then why are we here? It kind of feels like a setup. We can debate all day long about the efficacy of last year's mitigation plans, but that's not what I'm here for. From the moment a child is born, parents face many medical decisions they have to make, from routine to heartbreakingly rare decisions. It's their right, it's my right to make those decisions for my child. And like it or not, mask wearing is a medical decision. At this point, all the adults that wanted the vaccination have been able to get it, and those who didn't want it are capable of understanding the possible consequences of their decision. So we can't be doing this for the teachers because they've had that choice. And it's not your place to decide for the kids. I know from other teachers during summer school that masking was a choice and that parents' decision to send their child with or without a mask was respected, and it sounds like it went pretty well from what I've heard. And it may take a village to raise a child, like I heard somebody say, but I get to choose who's a part of my child's village. I ask today that you reconsider the decision that you've clearly already made and allow masking to be a choice for everyone in the 2021-22 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next, we have Jeremy Hurst in person.
No, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a father of a son going into 8th grade in Anchorage School District, and we're here to talk about mandating of masks. I've heard a lot of good testimony about rights, and those things are definitely paramount. Let's talk about the science. It's been proven young children are not vectors of the disease. It has been proven that older children who could potentially be vectors of the disease are not at risk if they do get the disease. CDC's known numbers so far to date, COVID-19 has killed 340 children total in this country. Total. That is less than who have died from diabetes complications, less than who have died from other, I guess you would say, somewhat common characteristics that children receive. So that this is not an epidemic for children. This is not about protecting children. You try and make the argument that this is about protecting adults that children may come in contact with. Well, those adults have had a chance to be vaccinated, had they so chosen to. I chose to be vaccinated. My son, who's over 12, we chose for him to be vaccinated. That was our parental choice. And it is not right for what appears to be political virtue signaling to mandate children lose another year of school over this. And that's what this is about. And what the previous grandmother who talked about her child missing lunch because of time, that did happen. My son, at the end of the school year, told me repeatedly, don't bother packing him a lunch. He doesn't have time to eat it anyways. Now, I'm sure they're given time to eat lunch. I don't doubt that. But if they're given the choice to eat lunch or socialize, which are they going to do when they have almost no time to socialize? They're going to socialize. So think of the children here. Don't think of people who aren't directly related to the children who took the choice to not vaccinate. And if they did get vaccinated, let's talk about that. Yes, the Delta variant is surging right now. Hospitalizations are up. Are the deaths? No. Deaths are not up. Those who are hospitalized are receiving shorter amounts of care because they don't need as long care. It's unfortunate. I wouldn't want to be one of those that are hospitalized. Certainly not. But their chances of survival are greatly increased since the vaccinations have begun. So that all I ask is that you think of the children here and think about your future political careers.
Thank you. Next, we have Sandra Tompkins. Sandra Tompkins, in person. Welcome, Sandra. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings. I'm Sandra Tompkins. I've been an Anchorage resident almost 30 years. A nurse. I'm a former military officer, and I'm the mother of 2 young men with special needs. It goes without saying that you here before me are intelligent people who care about education and our community, or you wouldn't be here. And that is exactly why I'm astounded by the fact that I have to sit here in front of you to defend my boys' rights to breathe fresh air and to not further traumatize them by being forced to wear masks or face shields in order to receive the education that by law they are entitled to. So I'm just going to say it. If you want my boys to attend the Anchorage School District, you will not enforce masking for any student. Late April of last year, I was ahead of the game because I knew that this is what was going to happen. So I asked my pediatrician to write me a mask exemption letter. This is dated, I have 2 of them. One of them is dated April 29th of 2020. I knew what was coming. My pediatrician wrote the mask exemption letter. It was filed with the appropriate personnel, and it was ignored. South High School and the IEP team of the Life Skills program chose to ignore my pediatrician's medical recommendations. And as a result, my son was forced to wear a face shield. It's well known in the autism community that there are often accompanying sensory processing disorders that make life difficult. These kids' brains do not process information the way yours and mine does, which often results in either a hypo or hyper response to external stimuli. Tactile defensiveness is one of those. There are people who simply cannot tolerate any type of tactile intervention, whether that be tags in clothing, mask wearing, hats, etc. Masks, there's simply no point in arguing the effectiveness of masks. The line in the sand between those who believe masks work and those who don't is so deep it's now a crevice. Masks are a medical device, plain and simple, and not everyone tolerates them. The irony of all of this is that my son's actually a liver transplant recipient. So if anybody's concerned about pathogens circulating in the community, it's me. And for the past 16 years, I've done a really good job at keeping him healthy. I've never once asked a parent to risk their child's well-being to protect mine, and I will not do it now. Please do not enforce masks for these kids. There are real implications to this policy.
Thank you. Next we have Kenneth Wells. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening now. Ms. Bellamy, thank you so much for responding to my emails. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I appreciate the position you guys are in. You're trapped between one end, the hypochondriacs, and the other end, the stubborn scoundrels such as myself. It's a rough position to be in. We can dual studies, we can dual sources, we can squibble over that all day long, but my kids don't want to wear masks. They don't like it. Now, Mike Rowe once said, living safety first is not the best thing to do. Life is dangerous. Fun things are dangerous. There's no way around that. We can make cars perfectly safe. We can build them out of titanium, limit their speed to 3 miles an hour, and nobody will get killed. But nobody will use them either. It defeats the purpose of a car. Same with bicycles. You can put a kid on a bicycle in full body armor. They couldn't possibly get hurt, but none of them will ride bicycles again. You got to find a balance between safety and life. The things they've been doing at my elementary school to prevent viral spread are medically ridiculous. Little plastic shields, not going to do it. Kids swapping masks and all that stuff, not going to do it. And really, you need kids to be exposed to environmental pathogens, dangerous or not. The flu is dangerous. Even colds are dangerous. And every year, the kids go to school and they all get sick. And as time goes along, their immune systems become stronger. We're stuck with COVID. It's going to be around a long time. This generation needs to build their immunity to it. And the school is a good way to do that. Make it a choice. Let them wear them if they want. They know their circumstances better than I do or you do. And if you got to force people to do something, maybe it's not the best thing to do. Thank you so much for your time. Welcome back to the school year. Hope you have a great night.
Thank you. And that concludes our first hour of testimony. We are continuing on our agenda with, let's see, there's written testimony that's attached to the agenda, and you can see that testimony on board docs. So that brings us to item E on our agenda, Superintendent's Update. Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President. And the update is to share, follow up with the conversation as well as share publicly, as we did earlier today in the work session, the plan that was sent out to families in regard to the Asd Symptom-Free Plan. Again, just wanted to start that this plan is recommended to start August 9th, which is a week from yesterday. And the goal is truly to have schools operate with full schedules, activities, and engagement, as our students and parents had expect and continue to expect in their child's education. So those additional mitigation measures of cohorting and limiting movement in hallways, limiting interactions at recess among different grade levels, those are not part of this mitigation plan as they were last fall. We know more about really how to mitigate the viral spread and are putting in mitigation, multiple measures that we know can operate in schools as well as have our full schedules. In secondary schools, that looks like music, PE, art, the whole works, 6 periods. Same with middle school with 7. In elementary school, you might hear kids talk about specials, and their specials are their electives at the elementary level. It's a special day when you get to go to PE and music and art and library and all those good co-curriculars that we have in our programs. We are using additional medication for things like band. We have just some masks that you don't put on your own face, you put them on the end of the instrument if it's a horn. So with that, I just want to let you know that within this plan, there are variables to utilize for educational purposes around language, around the specials, around meeting IEP needs, as well as just reading engagement. So whether it's English language or foreign language, there is a developmentally appropriate manner that we teach children, and we do need to see their mouths, and they need to see their adult teachers' mouths move and form sounds, especially blends. So that is also written into the policy, utilizing and being consistent with CDC guidelines. But without further ado, I'm going to cover the first, the academic model, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Roth, who is our Chief Operating Officer, really to talk about the operations side of the mitigation plan. The majority of the plan this year, you will see, is not instructional. It is primarily just operational in the cleaning and procedures being used for air exchange and things like that. So the first item is what I shared initially in regard to the full day schedule. I still have had questions about Wednesdays and full days, and our families can expect and our employees to have more regular time in school, more regular bus rides, things like that. On the bus as well, even this summer when I elected to propose and run with optional masking because of the conditions of our community, busing, just like airports and airplanes, still needed to be masked. That is a TSA regulation, and it's a federal law that we had to follow. So this summer, we did have mask wearing on our transportation, but not for everyone in our classrooms. So just wanted to share that that will continue as such in the summer with transportation, having and needing masks as well. So the times are 7:30 to 2, 8:15 to 2:45, and 9 a.m. to 3:30. Again, full days, full schedules, movement of children, and the like. And with that, I will turn it over to Tom Roth to go over the particulars, and he does have team members here if you need any detail in regard to a mind's eye of what that actually looks like when we put it into action. So I'll turn that over, but I will answer your questions and then select this, the folks that could probably best answer it if it is operational. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop, through the board president. So, Madam President, if it's okay with you, I'll just do what I did during the work session, and I will go through these different subcategories, and I'll just read them verbatim. And then once through, then we'll open up for board member questions and comments.
That is fine. Thank you.
So moving from academic models to cleaning and disinfecting, and just to reiterate, many of these practices were developed. The systems were developed and rehearsed during the last academic year through the summer school. So these are again procedures that have been effective and that we're planning to continue. So cleaning and disinfecting, regular cleaning and disinfecting will occur on buses, in schools, and in administrative offices. Classrooms will be cleaned daily. Exceptional disinfection in schools will occur as needed. Again, the exceptional being if there is an incident in a school that operations has the ability to surge capability to do a more thorough disinfection if there is an outbreak. Physical distancing of 3 to 6 feet should be observed in all district classrooms and buildings to the extent possible, but should not exclude students from in-person learning to keep a minimum distance requirement. Face coverings. Face coverings are required for all students, staff, and visitors while inside ASD schools and buildings. Some exceptions may apply for educational purposes and for cohorting people who are fully vaccinated. Face coverings are not required for outdoor activities. Hand washing, hand sanitizing.
Oh, Mr. Roth, never mind. It's actually later on about the masking. Sorry to interrupt.
Hand washing, hand sanitizing. Hand sanitizer will be available in all schools and on all buses. Frequent hand washing and/or sanitizing will occur throughout the school day. Transportation, face coverings are required for students, bus drivers, and attendants on school buses. Some routes may have assigned seating. Again, and the masking requirement on busing is based on a TSA security directive requiring compliance for mask wear in any conveyance or public conveyance. Meals and water breaks. Meals will be served to students and consumed in cafeterias and other school settings at school discretion. Classrooms. Classrooms will be cleaned daily. Desk barriers or other partitions may be used at school discretion. HVAC. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units. School building ventilation systems will be activated 2 hours before school start and kept running 2 hours after the school day ends to ensure air exchanges. Student, staff, health, and safety. Nurses and trained staff will be on site to screen students and staff showing symptoms of illness. Proper isolation protocols will be followed in the event of suspected cases in schools or administrative buildings. Recess. Mask wearing will be optional for students during outdoor recess. Volunteers and visitors. School volunteers and visitors are welcome. Volunteers and visitors will be required to follow district procedures and protocols and should not visit any ASD facility if symptomatic, COVID positive, or in quarantine. Sports, extracurricular activities. Indoor and outdoor sports and extracurricular activities such as dances, assemblies, school spirit gatherings, fine art performances, and club activities may be available to students and spectators. For indoor sports, athletes will wear masks if on the sideline. Spectators will be expected to wear masks during indoor competitions and events. Mask wearing will be optional for all outdoor sports and activities consistent with CDC guidance. Some additional general guidelines to staff and parents. Symptomatic students and staff. Our fundamental statement here is keep ASD symptom-free. Parents and guardians should conduct a symptom screening of their student and keep their student home if exhibiting symptoms. Parents and guardians are strongly encouraged to have symptomatic students tested for COVID-19. The same standards apply for symptomatic staff. Reporting and communication. Parents are strongly encouraged to notify schools if their student is a confirmed COVID-19 positive or a close contact. Schools will report confirmed cases, students and/or staff using the district's online COVID-19 report format. The district will communicate findings and recommendations to affected staff and student families. Communications will be specific to individuals or groups. And I described earlier today an example where, say, a parent of a confirmed close contact or a close contact would receive a different communication from the district as opposed to a parent who had a student who was not a close contact. Both families would be notified, but the one with the close contact would have that more specific information. Testing. ASD will provide testing to symptomatic staff and students, either through school nurses or a contracted provider with parent or guardian consent. Municipal sites will continue to provide testing at locations throughout the municipality. Lastly, vaccination. ASD will provide COVID-19 vaccines to eligible students with parent or guardian consent, staff, and community members through a contracted provider. The district will also continue to perform vaccinations to include flu and other state-required vaccinations in schools as needed. So Madam President, this document again is posted. It's on the district website. At this time, I'm happy to pass back to Dr. Bishop, and we're prepared to answer any questions.
Yeah, and when I discussed the mask, one of the privileges that we have this year, I guess, is that, which I see as the cup half full in all of this, prior to this time when we had to make some decisions to shut down schools last year, a case in a school, you needed to look at close contacts, and then all people who were close contacts had to go home, which really shut down our classrooms. I'm looking to keep schools open fully, as only the students who are positive and or have symptoms need to leave the school and follow that protocol that's outlined by the health department. But any student wearing a mask properly can stay. I know it was brought up in testimony today, but those are the CDC guidance and recommendations. And the recommendation from the CDC is to keep schools open. And so everything that we're going to do is to keep these schools open and not shutting schools down. Staff do not have that privilege. They don't need to be quarantined as a close contact if they're vaccinated. So if a staff is unvaccinated but wearing a mask, they would need to quarantine, and they would be utilizing their own leave. There isn't any district leave for them.
Thank you, Mr. Roth and Dr. Bishop. Board members, do you have additional questions going from this afternoon? Yes. Member Lessons.
Thank you so much. One of the primary questions I have is whether the face covering section can be amended. Earlier I asked whether what extent this was still live. And I think it's important to accommodate students with defined medical needs. And you mentioned IEPs, but I think that there must be some kind of an acknowledgement in the printed material itself. I'm largely supportive of the document, but I do have a question about whether we will be amending this in any way, shape, or form. And that's one of the specific areas.
Through the president to Member Lessons, are you saying that you want specific exemptions listed? Because it says some exceptions may apply for educational purposes.
Right. I guess I was looking for a little bit of a fuller definition. So you could have a sentence read, for example, some exceptions may apply for educational purposes, comma, for students with medical need or IEPs, or for cohorting people, et cetera, et cetera.
Dr. Bishop.
Yeah, we really, the Smart Start and things, the board said come up with a plan, and certainly the board can make a policy or recommendation to change anything.
So when it says some exceptions, those would be the legal exceptions or
they could be anything. They could be medical, legal, educational. There's so many to place that we just stated exceptions because that's how we operated last year and we'll continue to operate.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. Quick question on how we categorize or define a close contact. Do we use the CDC definition or have we developed our own?
Dr. Bishop. Oh, thank you. Through Member Bellamy, I actually have both answers. My team is answering, and the face coverings is actually verbatim CDC guidance, Member Lessons. So that's why we used it. So, and we do use CDC guidance for close contacts. Yes. So a goal for us when this was designed over the couple of weeks with all the different pieces of input was for people to be able to go back to something, to look at it, to see, did we make something up ourselves or not? And so the specific language, to your point, we thought like, what's cohorting people? But when we had this discussion, we decided let's go with the language that was specifically put there so that when there are questions, we can point people back to the regulations. So thank you for reminding me that. Our nurses reminded me of that, and that was their input to keep it as simple as possible and as aligned as possible as we can to other reference documents.
Thank you. Yes, Member Holloman, and then I think I saw Member Higgins.
To touch back on exceptions real quickly, I think what Member Lessons may be looking for, what I'm looking for, and having been in the classroom, you have students that sometimes won't do something, and other times you have students that really can't do something. Sit still is one of them, where it can be easy to look at it as misbehavior or just a behavior. And I guess the question is, how is staff going to be guided to try to recognize that difference and really work with students that need an accommodation versus just strong encouragement, if that phrases it a little better, maybe.
So I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying to clarify the language? Tell me again. Can you restate that last part?
Asking the superintendent how she'll direct staff on this.
Sure. Thank you. Through President Bellamy to Member Holloman, essentially the way we do really with other actions that occur. It is true that some behaviors that we see are simply coping mechanisms. You know, they're not meant to harm anyone. When children display behaviors, it's perhaps a coping mechanism. So staff are trained, principals are trained, mistakes happen. And so we just address that like we would any other miscommunication. Parents have direct communication with their teacher. We always ask, go to the teacher first. That's generally parents trust the teachers. Their children that they see every day, they go to the principal. In many cases, it's a group of people coming together to assist with decision making. But the direction has always been, we want students' best interest in mind. We're here to improve the outcomes of students and look to their success. So our operations are geared towards that. I'm not saying that the system isn't fallible, but we make mistakes, and then when you know better, you do better.
Okay. Member Higgins.
I'm just going to comment on the accommodation issues. I mean, there's two avenues here. You got the American Disabilities Act, and you have the IEP options already out there to do that. And when those things come about, the issue becomes how to accommodate it in a safe way for everybody else. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather not. I appreciate and I agree with Member Lesson's concern that we do accommodate and that we have that ability. I also want to make sure that we do it in a way that recognizes their rights and the rights of all the other students. And that provision is provided in those two sections. I believe that one of those two sections would have to apply for us to start making a change in that, because if it just becomes one of options or difference, what would be best medically or not, we're going to have difference of opinion. I don't want to go quite that way, because that's going to invite a lot of controversy. I have been, for the last year, been dealing with accommodations for under COVID, and it does get to be very complex, the issues in regards to you be safer working at home. Well, almost every physician will give you that. So it became a little complex of where to draw that line, and the same thing could happen in this case. I just want to make sure that they are protected. They have the right with the IEP. They have the right with American Disabilities Act, and I totally support that. I just don't want to get it into an issue that gets beyond that and out of control of the district. So I'd probably recommend leaving it the way it is, but I do like the idea to make sure that people know their rights under that provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Member, I think Jacobs, you've already spoken, right? Okay, Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. So last year when ASD shut down schools, the shutdown was based on an erroneous threat matrix that was designed for nursing homes that we were notified in July it was inappropriate for us to use. So I'm concerned with the efficacy of the particular threat matrix that's driving this decision and the basis for the CDC's decision that happened virtually over the weekend. It was announced for the first time. And I'm wondering how much ASD research went into determining the basis for the facts for the CDC decision that was announced last week.
Yeah, through the president to Member Donnelly, to your point, you do know that when information was given by the CDC about how to determine schools opening, we updated that when we had that right away, when that was given to us and we could research it, and they actually published something. Initially, CDC did not publish something specifically for schools, and it was strictly, it truly was initially designed for healthcare, congregate homes. There was nothing else at the time. When we learned about it, we updated it, and we operated that way. If you're asking if we investigated the CDC over the weekend, no. We just utilize the best practices, the information out there as anyone else. Specifically, some of these guidelines came from direct contact with local medical providers, hospital workers, medical staff, just lots of discussions over the last couple of weeks in regard to the community conditions, the actual facts about cases, what are here, what they're seeing. And part of the CDC guidelines does point you back to community conditions. And so I'm not sure other types of information that you're looking at. Did we do a study of the CDC? I can say no. That wasn't part of our looking into this to question the CDC necessarily. We read more than the CDC, but we didn't dig into any particular aspect of their research.
Okay, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the only incident, the event that was used to justify the decision of last week to mandate masking in schools was based on a single incident in Massachusetts. And I would think it would be appropriate for us to examine that incident and see if it had any relationship at all to the conditions that are present in our schools. I mean, we have a very successful track record this summer with summer school and not having a COVID problem with our schools. And I would like to further understand and be convinced that the CDC mandate was based on evidence that relates to the conditions of our schools and not to an event that was very, very different, which I think it was.
Those are great questions, and I'm sure community conditions are different everywhere, and we can, when we have time, look into that. But in my discussions with state health officials as well over the last couple of weeks, given that summer school was different, the community conditions were very different in summer school as well. I mean, I would say that the community conditions is what triggered this, and the additional discussion with medical care. Again, we had several weeks where maybe 10 new cases came in a week, and that's the case counts have just skyrocketed. And so everything that the CDC shares about this is the guidance. There's so many different factors. They're on our website still. We keep them updated about, what's the positive test, how many, over a 14-day period. I mean, it's pretty complex. It's not, again, a yes or no trigger. So we really took the collection of that information into hand when we decided. And one of the overriding factors is in this, why the change occurred from the summer to now is about community conditions and the viral spread. That is the main game changer here. But to your request, we can continue to look at this. I think that was the main request.
Thank you. Member Wilson.
I just wanted clarification. Dr. Bishop, you mentioned the staff would have to use their own leave if they, and can you reiterate what you said, please, so I can?
Sure. Through President Bellamy, and I could request Matt Tieford. In prior times, there was leave given by the federal government for COVID leave. That is no longer part of our district, and Matt Tieford can share information on that.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Through the President to Member Wilson. Yes, the intent will be that leave available to staff, whether it's sick, personal, annual, depending on the bargaining unit the staff is a member of, would be accessible for leave in times when they're either sick or in quarantine status.
So just to clarify, if a staff member is exposed in a school setting and comes down with COVID, they would have to use their own leave even though they were exposed in the school setting. Is that correct?
Through Member Bellamy to Member Wilson, there's very difficulty in finding where you were exposed. And so I don't know how else to answer that. Yeah.
Through the president, that is correct. The staff member would use their own leave.
Other questions? Member Jacobs and then Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent Bishop, we heard from Dr. Sarah Murphy earlier regarding the possibility about having a panel of medical providers available for the district to consult to as needed to make sure we're following the science as things progress. Do we have something like that now? And is that something that the administration would see as a benefit?
Through the president to Member Jacobs, yes, we have medical consultants and groups of people that we continually contact. That's perhaps why there was an opinion that guidelines were slower coming out because there's a process with that. So yes, and they are at the state level and the local level.
Thank you. Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move that the board amend the proposed school operational guidelines to continue the current summer school optional masking policy.
Is there a second to Mr. Donnelly's motion? That motion fails. Are there any other questions regarding the plan before you?
Question of privilege. May we have a recess?
Yes. We will be in recess for 10 minutes and we will come back to formally accept the plan. Thank you. I'd like to call our meeting back to order. So how do I segue? Okay, I think I have a plan. I think all board members are present. Dr. Bishop? I'm calling our meeting to order. Okay. All right, we are. Okay. All right. Yes. All right, we're going to resume our meeting. We are now at the point of final comments regarding the just 1 minute, member Higgins. Dr. Bishop?
Yes, Madam President, over the break, I had a question from someone who moved from, actually 2 people had moved in, but one person from Oregon asked about this, is really back to member Lessons, just clarifying language again, the cohorting of people, that idea, and in relation to students. I just wanted to share that the cohorting of people in regard to taking off your mask really applies to the CDC recommendations where people who work in the same office who are vaccinated can talk to each other and remove those masks collectively. It is not about cohorting students. That is not in our mitigation plan. But it doesn't even have to be adults. It could be like our students who aren't quite adult yet, but say they, students, 5 members on the basketball team want to review film and they're all vaccinated. They could be in a room and have those masks removed. They would be cohorting people, but it would be, of course, an understanding of those people in their vaccination status. So that's what that means. It does not mean that we're putting students in cohorts. And I thought that was a really great question because this is the CDC language and just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are still on the superintendent's update. Member Higgins, I saw your hand.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. I just want to address the issue of voting and where we stand on this approach. The school board position has been that we always have the authority and we can exercise it to change directions from the superintendent. We've done that in the past. We vote on that issue. We override the superintendent. We also can support the superintendent and say we support this without a vote. And we've done this because we've reviewed it. If we have serious issues, we can vote, make a motion to redirect the superintendent to do that. We go on record with that. By whether we vote or whether we didn't vote, we're extending to the superintendent the authority to exercise what she's provided to us if we choose not to override it. And that's the question we have right now. We've had one motion. I know I support Member Donnelly's right to propose changes to it, and any other member to do it. But without support for that, then the board is giving to the superintendent directions to go ahead and continue on the course she's got because she shared it with us. We have the ability to override it and to change it. So normally in this kind of situation, and I think that's probably appropriate, we don't make votes on these types of issues that come in front of the board unless we want to redirect the superintendent on what the superintendent is proposing. I'm supportive of safety with kids, and I'll be honest, I've got 2 grandkids that have had COVID virus. It's sensitive to me. I've had a wife with long term. I can tell you that. It means a lot. This is not just a distant issue to me. I'm aware of the impact and how it affects kids and how it affects adults. And it does impact kids. And when I see my grandkids sick, it impacted me a lot. And I know that they go through a lot for it too. I want safety to be our most important thing for students. And I know that we have kids at risk beyond just the normal kids that are attending school. I know that parents have options in regards to homeschooling and doing a lot of other things that we would support. And we have options for parents with that. And I know some parents that have opted out of the school district to go to other schools where they didn't provide the mask. And I am aware of those as well. But our obligation is to the safety of the kids. And my obligation, looking at how it impacted me personally, had a lot. And I am not supportive of anything that I don't do that can protect kids. And I'll say this, a year ago it was different with young kids, and what we're seeing in Louisiana was overrun with the activities there is different. And I see that as an issue to me. And I've seen the numbers. I work in a hospital. I get tested every week because we work with a vulnerable population. And we do that to protect them. And what's more vulnerable than kids? And with kids without the access to the vaccine and knowing that the ICUs in other areas are filling up. We're fortunate it hasn't seen it here yet. We saw the summer school in Louisiana where it overran, filled up, the ICUs are filling up with the kids. I am concerned about the safety. We haven't seen the full impact yet. We're being told by CDC it's coming. And anything we can do to protect that at this point, and if I can save one kid, I'll vote twice. It's that important to me that I do that.
I'm sorry. I will clear the room if you continue with the outbursts. I will clear the room. Member Higgins, are you done with your statement?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Member Donnelly.
Thank you. If we're moving forward to a non-action on the proposed policy without a motion to adopt it, then I would suggest it's the same as having an action item on our agenda. And we've always allowed testimony on action items in addition to the testimony that people give at the beginning of the meetings is limited to 1 hour. So whether we have a motion to adopt the policy or we decide not to have any motion, I think it would be appropriate to hear any of the members of the public that are here on that specific subject, because it's essentially an action item then.
Member Donnelly, I disagree. It's not an action item. It's part of the superintendent's report to us regarding the plan for reopening schools. So that would be inappropriate. Are there any other comments? Member Holloman.
Yes, I just clarified, this isn't policy. This is operational guidelines coming from the superintendent, and the board voted last August to empower her to make those decisions as they went. And of course, the board has the ability to step in and say no if we disagree. I think we're all thought about it a lot. I am one of those people that a month ago, I thought we were going to be back in school like normal. And I mean normal, not any kind of weird normal like we're approaching. And while it's deeply disappointing, I understand why we're doing what we're doing. And I want the superintendent to continue to have the authority to make those decisions as we go forward. I'm hoping by the middle of August or September, we'll be looking at a different situation and things can be relaxed. But at the moment, everything is trending the wrong way. But the basis of it is, it's really about the operation of the district. Unless we're gonna, if four of us feel strongly about it, we can change it. But I think that's why there wasn't a second to your motion, and that's why it's not on the agenda as an action item.
Correct. Other comments? Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Member Donnelly.
I'd appeal the decision of the chair not to allow public testimony specifically on the question of the superintendent's proposed plan.
Well, we are allowing testimony. We have another probably 2 hours of testimony. So it's not an action item, Mr. Donnelly.
Well, I'm appealing the decision of the chair, Madam.
Okay, then you have the right to do that. So at this point, I just need to go around and hear where people are. Are we accepting the superintendent's report tonight, or are we not?
Chair, point of parliamentary procedure. An appeal of the decision of the chair requires a vote of the membership of whether to sustain the decision
You are
of the chair or
absolutely
not.
correct. You are absolutely correct.
It may not even be debatable, but it does require a vote.
Member Donnelly is appealing the ruling on this being an action item, moving this to action item at this point in our meeting. Is there a second to Mr. Donnelly's? No, it's not a motion. I just have to vote. Are you ready? Should we do a voice? Okay, let's do a voice vote regarding Mr. Donnelly's challenge appeal to the chair.
Madam President, point of information.
Yes.
Can I understand, I guess, the nature of Board Member Donnelly's point? Are we proposing to allow individuals to testify who are going to testify this meeting anyway, or a second time? Well, I'm not sure I understand what's being proposed.
You may speak to your challenge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposal was simply that this is essentially an action item before us. The public was told in the press that this decision was going to be made tonight. A lot of people came here to testify on it. If it was an ordinary action item, we would have waited till it came before us, and then everybody would have been allowed to testify. The 1 hour limit wouldn't have applied. But I'm not asking for anybody to go a second time. Just those members of the public that came to testify on this subject be allowed to come up and testify on only this subject, just like it was an action item.
But as an action item, it is not an action item.
I'm supportive of Member Donnelly's suggestion. Number one, I've read through, to my count, 914 emails from members of the community, give or take a few. And we have another 47 or so more individuals. I've been a parent in the audience. It's a long time to wait to testify. Sometimes you have to go take care of a kid with a bedtime. Sometimes you just want to go home yourself. So the issue, it's here in front of us. The elephant is in the room, and I think it behooves us to listen, and we can wait a little bit longer. It's an important issue for the community as a whole.
Okay. So you support the
challenge? I do support the challenge.
Member Jacobs?
Yeah, I don't, in terms of parliamentary procedure, I'm not sure that that the ruling of the chair needs to be done, or if how we would need to modify the structure of the meeting, but I'm in favor of hearing testimony now as a courtesy.
As opposed to later?
Yeah.
Member Wilson?
I'm in favor of listening to testimony now.
And doing it now as an action item as opposed to at the end. Yes, okay. All right, Member Holloman.
Well, the issue of the challenge, I sustain the chair. I don't think that there is a way to make this an action item, not within any of our normal procedures, unless we give notice and it's at a later meeting. If we want to suspend our rules and take testimony, we can do that. But this isn't something that's scheduled for a vote, and we can't just exactly spin and do that. I would not recommend doing that unless there was a compelling reason. We do want to hear people. We've been spending a lot of time reading emails. We've been listening to an hour's worth of testimony. We're going to listen to more. So, I mean, people will be heard. But again, this is the superintendent directing the district, not the board directing the superintendent. I'm sorry, directing the district.
All right. Member Higgins.
I think if I understand this correctly, and Member Donnelly, you can clarify it or tell me if I'm off base. You want to make sure that everybody has a chance to talk before we decide to give our reaction to the superintendent's proposal. Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily making an action item per se, but it's making sure that the public voice is heard. I respect that. I can see why that would be, it is frustrating that we haven't had a chance to hear everybody else. And I think that is a reasonable request in doing it. I don't want to shut off anything. I've heard some things here tonight that I want to follow up on, and I've got questions about now. So it's not something that I haven't been making notes of as well. So I could leave it open in that way and find that to be an appropriate way of doing it.
Okay, Member Holloman.
I'm going to move that we suspend our rules and open the floor back up to public testimony on this issue. But before we do that, I would like for us to just simply do our consent agenda. And I think we only have one action item. If that can be done fairly quickly, let me back up and rephrase. I would move for us to go ahead and do our consent agenda, our one action item, and then complete the testimony for people who are here in the room tonight.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So the motion is to suspend our rules so that we do our consent agenda and then our one action item, and then go right into our the rest of our public, our sign up testimony. All in favor, say aye. Give me a thumbs up. All right, it's unanimous. All righty, so at this point, we are going to go to our consent agenda. And I think, Member Holloman, do you have the motion for that?
I move to approve the consent agenda, ASD memorandum number 003 personnel report, the April 6, 2021 regular session minutes, April 20th, 2021 regular session minutes, May 3rd, 2021 regular session minutes, May 17th, 2021 regular session minutes, and June 1st, 2021 regular session minutes. And also the minutes from the June 11th, 2021 school board retreat.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second that we accept the consent agenda with those items. Is there any opposition to accepting the consent agenda? See no opposition. The consent agenda passes. And now that brings us to our one action item. We have, let's see if there's any, we have one person signed up for public testimony on our action item. And that is Dane Setterfield, in person. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Madam President, school board members, and Dr. Bishop. The district and the Anchorage Council of Education were in negotiations for over 8.5 months. It was challenging but completed. Many issues were discussed in detail and negotiated between the parties. Negotiations were stalled towards the end, just short of entering into mediation. The parties came back together one last time and successfully completed negotiations with many compromises on both sides. It's been over 9 years since ACE members have had a cost of living adjustment to their pay schedules. Over 14% of ACE members have reached the end of their annual steps with their respective pay, within their respected pay ranges, and haven't had a cost of living adjustment in years. The parties also agreed to continue to work together to explore potential payroll schedule options for overtime eligible employees, which represents approximately 100 members, or about 21% of the ACE membership. Any proposed changes would require ratification by the affected members. The negotiated agreement was ratified by over 92% of the voting membership and recommended for approval by the school board by the administration. I want to acknowledge the administration's due diligence in negotiating this proposed contract, as well as the ACE negotiators who focused to negotiate a fair contract. I strongly recommend that the school board approve the proposed bargaining agreement for the contract period beginning from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. Thank you, Madam President, school board members, Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Setterfield. All right. Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve ASD memorandum number 008 and adopt a tentative agreement between the district and the Anchorage Council of Education / American Federation of Teachers, Local 4425, ACE, which will establish terms and conditions of employment for individuals in this unit during the period beginning July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved in second that we accept memorandum number 008. Is there any opposition to accepting the? Oh, Katie has the voting up if you'd like to vote, or we can just do a voice vote if your computer is down. I'm a yes. Please vote.
President Bellamy, you're a yes?
Yes.
Member Donnelly? Yes. Member Higgins? Yes. All right, and everyone else has voted online. Are
we good? And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we are moving back to public testimony, and we will continue. We have about 70 people. We've gone through 30, so that leaves about 40. Mr. David Delano, in person. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is David Delano. I would like to first speak. Our job is not to protect our children. I would like to speak to Pat Higgins. Your job is not to protect our children. You do not protect our children. Your job is to educate our children. I specifically signed a no media for my child, and I have contacted the school multiple times about my child's picture be put on Facebook. That is not protecting my child. That's let any person know where my kid's at, what school they attend, and everything else. So you're wrong. Dave Donnelly, I appreciate you for this choice that you requested. If we give up our freedom for safety or security, we get none or deserve neither. I'm going to send my child to school with no mask, regardless of what you decide today. And if she gets sent home, that's on y'all. I teach my kid at home. She's very smart, but I'm not gonna tolerate this. You get to make a decision for my child, what's best for her. If the parents want to send their kids to school with the mask on, great. I don't have no problem with it. If you want to mandate that the teachers and staff members, they're your employees, mandate it. But my child's my child and it's my choice. And I'm going to send her to school without a mask. And I employ every single person to do what they feel is right. Send your kid to school the way you want to send them to school because it is your choice. I hope y'all make the right decision. Apparently, y'all have already made up your minds and it's not going to happen. But I'm going to send my kid to school the way I choose to regardless. Have a good day.
Please hold your applause. Next, we have Rochelle Passetto in person. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Superintendent and school board members, I urge you to allow mask wearing to be a choice for students for the 2021-2022 school year. I understand that some people feel more safe wearing a mask. However, to require masks for all school children is not in their best interest for the following reasons. SARS-CoV-2 infection and transmission in children and adolescents is very low. The course of the disease is often mild or asymptomatic. Studies both in the U.S. and worldwide show there is no evidence indicating spread of the virus within schools or among the population in general when children do not wear masks. In Sweden, face masks are not used in schools and schools have remained open during the pandemic. WHO experts have stated, at present, there is no direct evidence on the effectiveness of universal masking of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses, including COVID-19. Contamination of the upper respiratory tract by viruses and bacteria on the outside of medical face masks has been detected in several hospitals and in controlled research studies. In other words, multiple varieties of viruses and bacteria from an infected mask wearer end up on the outside face of the mask. When improperly handled, masks spread the virus easier rather than prevent spread. Other research shows that a moist mask is a breeding ground for antibiotic-resistant bacteria and fungi, which can undermine mucosal viral immunity. Face masking can provoke an increase in stress hormones with a negative impact on immune resilience in the long term. Face masks prevent the mirroring of facial expressions, a process that facilitates empathetic connection and trust between pupils and teachers. Numerous studies and articles show this potentially leads to a significant increase in socio-psychological stress. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in education and am more than capable of providing my children with a proper education. But what I can't provide them is the social experiences they will gain attending school with peers their age. How do you expect our children to learn these social skills when they can't see each other's faces and have to distance themselves from each other? My children are visual and auditory learners. How can they successfully learn when they struggle to hear and see what their teacher is saying? The superintendent's recommendation to require face masks of children shows the adherence to the NEA, a trade union, over actual scientific research and the desires of parents. The ASD Superintendent Board are designed to pay attention to local circumstances and conditions rather than trade unions. They should not be more worried about their job and NEA than our children. We cannot live life successfully by adhering to the fears of the most risk-averse among us. Claims that masks protect children are misguided. Instead, face masks cause more damage and weaken the educational experience overall. I urge you to prevent any effort to require mask wearing of children. Please make masks optional for our children this school year. Thank you.
Next in person, we have Paula Dixie. Oh, I'm sorry, Paula, you'll be next. Mr. Dustin Darden, you're next in person. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. You have 3 minutes.
Name's Dustin Darden, USTINDARDEN. you've just been served with the legal notice that states, by authority of the Nuremberg Code on the medical experimentation, I do hereby exercise my right to refuse to submit or to do or administer COVID-19 experimental gene therapy injection, therefore known as COVID-19 vaccine. The United States government has extraterritorial prosecution, convicted, executed medical doctors who have violated the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation. Aiders and abettors of the Nuremberg crimes are equally guilty and have also been prosecuted, convicted, and executed. Every court of law in any location has original jurisdiction, universal, to hear and try crimes against humanity. And violators of the Nuremberg Code are classified as crimes against humanity, which carries a maximum penalty of death. You are hereby put on notice that any further effort to coerce, intimidate, persuade, trick, or compel me to receive any experimental gene therapy injection, COVID vaccine, or any other medical device that would include face masks on topic, drug or procedure against my will implicates you as aiding and abetting in a capital offense of crimes against humanity. I hereby reserve my rights to swear to a criminal complaint against you in the nearest available law enforcement agency or court of law. I do not contract with you in any way or expressly deny any contractual relationship with you. The document goes on, but in a nutshell, you've been served. You must cease and desist all masking of the children. Schools, this man, through Madam President, this newly appointed Tom Roth is a tyrant, and he has turned the schools into—
Mr. Darden, you may not be derogatory of employees.
Through my observation, he no longer states that he wants to use schools as education. He wants to use them as cleaning facilities, probing stations, and injection sites. These injections are known bioweapons that cause crystallized prions to grow inside the human body. This is like the cyanide gas that's getting loaded on to the Auschwitz trains. If we do not stop this right now, you guys will be held with the crimes against humanity in these United States of America, in Alaska, in this great municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. Furthermore, since this is the municipality and it involves the mayor's administration, he recently appointed Savet, and he said that the COVID vaccines are good. He says they work well and are safe, and he's advocating for everybody to get them. We need to ask Mayor Bronson to fire Savet and anybody that pushes this biological warfare. Jesus Christ is the only way to salvation. If you don't know him, put your trust, faith in—
Thank you. Please do not applaud. I will shut down the testimony, guys. We want to hear everybody. If it happens again, we will end testimony. Next, we have Paula Dixie. Welcome, Paula. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Paula Dixie. I have a master's degree in health sciences and have been working in healthcare for the past 13 years. I am here today using my voice to exercise the fundamental right as a parent to make healthcare decisions for my minor children and demand choice for masking. I have 2 children, one of which has special needs and receives education in the life skills program offered by this district. I believe the right to normal education is imperative to the social and emotional growth and development of each and every child. Forced mask wearing is not normal. As Superintendent Bishop announced in her email dated July 31st, 2021, the district successfully ran its largest summer program in years with more than 9,000 students participating in in-person learning with less than 10 confirmed cases and no known spread. I want to say that again. 9,000 students with the option to wear or not wear a mask, and less than 10 cases with no known spread. 10 cases and 9,000 students boils down to 0.111% occurrence. This data supports what has been known. Children are not, in the school atmosphere, they do not play a role in the spread of this virus. Furthermore, studies from Brown University They have analyzed data on COVID-19 case rates in Florida, New York, and Massachusetts. During the 2020 to 2021 school year, they found no correlation between mask mandates and COVID-19 rates among students in either adjusted or unadjusted analyses. My son has speech delay, hearing loss, a cognitive disorder. Wearing a mask is stressful for him. He doesn't understand. Mask wearing can muffle sounds. It makes it more difficult for him to hear speech tones and pitch. Mask wearing makes it impossible for him to see tongue, mouth, and lip modeling when others are speaking to him. In his case, mask wearing has the potential to contribute to further delay his speech progression. Our personal experience with mask wearing at school in the spring was that he developed a fungal rash on his face from the mask being wet and being used persistently. This rash had to be treated with a prescribed cream. Studies have shown that cloth masks, when they are worn properly, are only marginally beneficial in protecting individuals from particles that are less than 1 to 2.5 microns. The coronavirus pathogen is 0.125 microns. I see adults who struggle with wearing a face mask properly, and it's even worse in kids. Improper fit of the mask, composition of mask materials, how many times it's touched by the hands, dropped on the floor, licked. Those are all factors that further decrease its ability to reliably provide protection against this pathogen. Since the summer program with masks being optional was so successful, I would appreciate your consideration for continuation of masks by choice for my child for the 2021.
Thank you. So if there is one more time that you applaud, we've asked you very kindly. It's called decorum. Please be respectful. Do not applaud or cheer. Our next person is Heather Land. Our next person is Heather Land, telephonically. Heather, are you on the line? *6, Heather. I see her number. I see her. Heather, can you?
Hello, I'm here.
Yes. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
I would just like to say that I did not prepare as good of a speech as the last several people have said, and their words have just blown me away at how amazing they are explaining the importance of this. I just want to say that this July is feeling a lot like last July, but the difference is this year I don't have to quit my job. Last year, when school refused to open, I had to quit my $70,000 a year job, and our family lost health insurance for 7 months due to ASD's lack of opening schools. I was finally able to go back to work when ASD reopened schools. So while I'm appreciative that schools are going to be open, it doesn't make up for the fact that you're forcing my children to do something that should be a choice of all the parents involved. I don't agree at all with making children wear masks, and I have made my point numerous times to the school district through email. I'm just blown away at how amazing everyone else's speeches are, and I really hope that you listen. I'm sad to hear there is going to be no vote and things are going to be status quo. It's really disappointing, and if things are status quo, I'd like to know what the board's decision on about when the masking can end. Last year, we were given some type of a scale that said when we were at a certain level, things would change. So if you're going to move forward with the masking, when does it end? Does it end in 2 weeks when the cases go down, or is it just in place for the entire year? We need clarification on that. But at this point, I will be unenrolling my students once again in ASD and attempt to come up with some different plan, because I will not send my students, my kids to school wearing masks again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Land. Next, telephonically, we have Lisa Alexia. Lisa Alexia. I'm not seeing her. We have Mr. David Nikolai. David Nikolai? Can you hear me, Mr. Nikolai?
Hi, good evening.
Hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is David Gadachik Nikolai. I received Dr. Bishop's proposed mitigation plan this past weekend. It is well presented, well researched, and thoughtful. Thank you for including the mask mandate. Please approve the mitigation plan, including the mask mandate. Thank you and good night.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nikolai. Next, we have telephonically Lance Bowie. Dr. Bowie, can you hear? Are you *6 for the? Dr. Bowie, can you hear me? I see him there, but okay. All right, we'll circle back around. We're not hearing you. So we'll come back. Next, telephonically, we have Judy Norton Elledge, telephonically. Let me see here. Okay, I'll circle back. Noreen Price, in person. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I am a proud parent of 3 daughters who have attended or do attend the Anchorage Public Schools. I'm a parent who is against mandatory masks. 2 years ago, wrapping a child's face up against its will would have been considered cruel mistreatment of children. Parents who fear the effects of the virus, despite the well-publicized very low risk level, can certainly homeschool, mask up, or enroll in remote learning. Parents with children who have other serious health concerns have the option to apply appropriate mitigations. The school staff can be vaccinated, but leave the remaining parents and children to ourselves. The CDC's guidelines in mask matters have been inconsistent and not data-driven. But here are some facts from the CDC. 335 children died the first 18 months of the pandemic in the United States, while 49,725 children died of other causes. It's important that we keep the risk of this virus in perspective. We parents have the God-given right, responsibility, and authority to manage our own children's health and safety. Not the government, not you. We are a country and a state of freedom-loving people. If you force mask mandates today, what will happen tomorrow? We will have flu seasons, and the seasonal flu kills more children than COVID did. When we have annual mask periods in school every year, forced vaccines, maybe for the purpose of safety, we should put armbands on certain children to make sure they're as safe as they can be. It'll never end. Let our children's beautiful faces be seen. No more virtue signaling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Julia Wagner, in person. Oh, Julia, you're number 41. Apparently, some people have their number. Julia Wagner, in person. Oh. Welcome, Julia. You have 3 minutes.
I'm a little nervous. Can you hold off for a minute, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julia Wagner, and I'm a student at Diamond High School. I was informed today that this ASD board will be discussing and later voting on whether or not students should wear masks in school starting this fall. Well, I, for one, will not stand for this. I think that it is absurd that this board thinks that young adults and children will be able to go through wearing masks for 6 to 7 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week. Now I've done my fair share of research about masks. While many news reports I've heard have said that masks are able to prevent the spread of COVID-19, even more news reports have said that it doesn't do anything to prevent the spread of COVID, nor from people contracting the virus. Even Dr. Anthony Fauci had said that in February of 2020 that masks are not able to prevent the spread of COVID-19. He even said, and I quote, "Masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to uninfected people rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection," end quote, which proves my point even more as to why students like myself should not be forced to wear a mask. However, I'm not here to discuss the science behind masks, especially since I'm no scientist myself. Although I can tell you the effects masks have had on me since the beginning of the school year, thus last school year. I was appalled when I learned that the only way to return to school in March was to wear a mask. I had to go along with what the school and the school district said because I was so desperate to see my friends, even though we didn't even get to socialize during my school time. Wearing a mask, I was not able to breathe properly. I couldn't understand what my teachers were saying. I couldn't talk to my friends because we had to stay silent the entire time, except for when we were talking about a project. I didn't understand anything. I couldn't hear anything. Not only was wearing a mask in school difficult, it was even harder to wear them during school sports. I myself participate in riflery, which is where we shoot air guns, in case you aren't aware already. We're already wearing 10 pounds, roughly 10 pounds of gear. We're holding a 7 to 12 pound gun and wearing a mask that compromises our breathing. And in order to shoot properly, we need to be able to lower our heart rates. And wearing a mask, breathing out old air, breathing it back in does not help. I don't see how it helps. I can't shoot properly. My gun starts shaking and I don't get a good score. And now winning isn't everything. I still would appreciate that I won't have to be forced to wear a mask while shooting or any other sport. I'm sure there are other students in other sports and those who are just attending school who are not in sports would agree with me that we should not be forced to wear a mask. It should not be forced upon us. It should be an option. It is not a law. It is not a state law. It is a recommendation by some people, of a group of people that don't listen, that don't even listen to other people. So please.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have number 42, Dustin Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a request if possible. Is there a chance that I can actually address the crowd as well as you? Can I face them?
No, you're addressing the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. First off, I want to start off by saying thank you for allowing people to testify so that they're not here so late. That's the first thing I want to get out there. Second, I find it a little interesting that you guys had made a decision prior to having all the public testimony done. I actually received emails from 2 schools, mainly involving the kids and stuff that go to the school, go to the bowling center that I manage. That's how I found out that you guys had already made a decision prior to public testimony. Again, I understand it may not have been an action item, but it would have been nice to know that when we first got here. So I apologize for that. But here's the thing. All the people standing behind me are pretty upset about this whole thing. And I'm going to kind of address them a little bit anyway. Folks, you guys have a decision to make. You can either keep your kids enrolled in ASD or you can get together, band together, and create your own schools. I've seen it done in other states and it can be done here. That's what I would request. If you don't feel that this is right, then I would actually take your kids out of ASD and do what you feel is right for your kids. It's obvious that they're not going to listen to us. It's obvious that they have preconceived ideas. So the only thing that we can do to battle that is to pull our kids out and teach them the correct way and the right things that they can do. We need to have our choices and we need to have our choices heard. Thank you.
Next, we have Tobias Radke, in person. Tobias. So I'd like to circle back up. I see we still have online. Is Lisa Alexia? Okay, I'm not seeing her. Lance Bowie. It's *6 if you can hear my voice. I see that we can see that you're trying. We still can't hear you. Maybe turn on make sure your volume is up. Okay, we'll come back. We'll try again. Let's try, is Judy Norton Elledge on the phone? Judy Elledge, yeah, she's there. Judy, can you hear me? We can't hear you. *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
now. Can you hear me now? Hi. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify tonight. I am testifying on behalf of most of the parents in the Anchorage School District who would like to have a choice in whether their students wear masks to school or not. I wanted to refer to a couple of things that I was made aware of this week from the CDC website when stating that there was such a risk of children dying with COVID. I would refer to a chart that states in the year 2019 to 20, 434 kids died of influenza in the United States. And in the year 2019, 20, and 21, only 300 and something had died of COVID. So my question is, are we now going to start masking up every time there is an influenza breakout? I believe that this is drastic. The studies and the research are very clear that students do not spread COVID among themselves or to their teachers. It is very rare. If the teachers are all vaccinated and wish to wear masks, I think that's fine. But to ask our children to be masked up one more year, I think is just doing a terrible injustice to them. And so I would really like for everyone to reconsider and make it a choice. If parents want their students to wear masks, that is fine. But for those students that don't want to wear masks and their parents don't want them to wear masks, I don't think it should be mandated. This is just not extreme enough to warrant those mandates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have, did Tobias Radke? No. Telephonic, we move on to number 44, Chanel Afghan. Chanel. I don't see her. All right, what about America Pena? Pena. America? Pena. Pena, sorry. Welcome, America. Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello. So personally for me, the whole mask thing, it's not been the best. I had to start homeschooling, and at first I liked it, but I just don't learn that well anymore with it. So that's why I'm thinking about going back to ASD school, public school. But I'm not going to be able to have the right to wear a mask, or I'm not going to have the right to be able to not wear a mask or wear a mask. You know, like What I'm trying to say is I don't think the mask is beneficial at all. I'm not going to be able to socialize like I want to. It's only going to be a straight shot education, and which is good because that's what I want, but I'm not going to be able to see people's emotions or smile at them or encourage them. And I know that a lot of people are concerned with this pandemic, and there's a lot of different thoughts on it. But I think if we keep on being in this crazy circle of, I don't know what to do or what are we gonna do? It's gonna keep on going on and it's never gonna end. And for the next, I don't know when, 10 years, 20 years, I'm not gonna know if I have the right to even think for myself. So, thank you for hearing me out, and please rethink your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, America. Number 46 is Abraham Pena. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, so I think it's just like, it's very hard to be like going to school and wearing a mask, and it's not even my choice to. And it's hard sometimes because I have asthma, and I'm going to school and sometimes I just can't breathe. And it's a struggle sometimes, and I can't hear what the teachers are saying, or it's just a lot of complications. And I can't see my friends sometimes, and it's just, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do anymore. That's going to be my choice. And I just think it's crazy. I just don't know if I can even think to do anything myself, or I don't know. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Next, number 47 is Brian Shalafor. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right. So I'm still trying to figure out how many of you guys are lacking the research and the facts and science. So I brought some information that maybe some of the people at home have not heard. I know I emailed all of you guys quite a lengthy email with all this scientific backed research in it. I don't know how many of you guys actually looked at it, but I'm going to be talking to everybody behind me as well as you guys. All right. National Delta variant cases of unvaxxed, 53,822 positive cases. Out of that, 44 dead. That's 1 in 1,200. These are unvaccinated people, by the way. Johns Hopkins University, 48,000 kids with positive COVID tests. 0 deaths. Okay. 343 deaths. I think that's in the nation. These are people with comorbidities. These are children with comorbidities, and that's out of 74.2 million U.S. children under the age of 18. That's 1 in 215,743. That's your chance of dying from COVID if you have an underlying condition and get COVID as a child. Okay. Rand Paul on the Senate floor. I don't know how many of you guys get real news, but we have an information problem. And I don't know if you guys are lacking the information or you don't take the time to research, but I do. And it's really starting to get to me. Because according to my sources, see, I don't hear about natural immunity on the news. They're not sharing that publicly. I know about it. Guess what? I had COVID-19. And why I had to quarantine, because that was my duty for the public. My girl quarantined with me in a small 1-bedroom apartment. 4 or 5 times tested negative. Nobody wants to talk about natural immunity. All right. They're not talking about vaccinated people who are passing this to other people. 15,537 previously vaccinated people in the UK got Delta variant. These masks are not working. CDC will admit that they don't even know where they got the 6-foot distance guideline because according to research, it's a lot longer than that if you want to keep this from getting to you. I'm glad somebody brought up the N1H1 virus, the 2009. We did not mask our kids during that. I don't even remember hearing about it, to be honest. Let's see. Here's a study where 37% higher case rate in masked schools versus unmasked schools. That's 19 per 100,000 cases with no mask, 26 per 100,000 in masked. So that doesn't really point to the masks working. Let's see real quick. Let's mention the 1 million plus illegal immigrants crossing the border right now with no vaccination, no masks, no nothing. And they're sending them to all 50 states. So they're really serious about this Delta variant. Just check your sources. Check any source other than Anchorage Daily News and KTUU, and you will find stuff that you won't find anywhere else. Look at the studies I sent you. Do not require kids to wear masks. Leave it up to parents.
Thank you. Next, we have Amber Glasser, telephonically. It's *6, Amber. Amber, can you hear me? I can see her. Amber, I can see that she's there, but her sound is not working. I'll come back, Amber. Just hold on. George Witchers, is George there? George, can you hear me? *6, George?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just had to put my 2 cents in. There's actually some states that are banning mandatory masks, and we're trying to make our children wear masks for prolonged periods of time. Top of that, if we were to buy CO2 detectors and stuck it under the mask of any individual, let alone our kids that we love so much, you'd see elevated CO2 levels that are unsafe for anyone. On top of that, adults don't even need to wear masks right now because, it's not serious as it was. It just doesn't make any sense to why we would do this to our kids when they need the social interaction to develop as kids. On top of that, if you were to get an OSHA professional, like say you had a job where you had to wear a mask for prolonged periods of time, you would normally have to get an exam by an OSHA expert to see that you were fit to wear a mask for prolonged periods of time. And we're trying to do it for every kid in our schools. It just doesn't make any sense to me as to why we're even contemplating something like this when we know that it should be researched more and thought out more carefully, not just be super scared and throw a mask on our kids and hope it works. please reconsider your thoughts about making our kids wear masks. My kids want to go back to school. They don't want to be homeschooled. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Next, we have Roy Witchers. Is Roy? I'm not seeing him in the queue, so we'll circle back, try to pick up some of these. David Boyle. David Boyle. Telephonic. I don't see, he's not in the queue. Let's go back up. Is Chanel Afkan online? And what about Lance Bowie? Star 6 is your release to talk. Star 6. Can you hear me? Yeah, so Mr. Bowie, we can't hear you. We see that you're trying. Perhaps you can hand in some written testimony. But if you're still on the line as we go further, get to the end, I'll come back to you. But we cannot hear you. We see that you're there. All right, let's go with number 52, Jennifer Hemphill.
Well, I tried to get me on again. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry, Mr. Hemphill. I mean, that's Dr. Bowie. All right, Dr. Bowie. Let's try again. Can you hear me? Oh, boy. Okay. What about Jennifer Hemphill? Don't see the Hemphills. Elliot Hemphill? Evan Hemphill. Okay, Lisa Norbert. Lisa Norbert. Lisa, can you hear me? Number 55, Lisa? Star 6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Lisa Norbert, and I'm a parent of 2 students that attend Anchorage School District. I strongly disagree that the students of any age, K through 12, should be required to wear a face mask while inside the ASD school building, including school bus. I urge the school board to please change the return to back to school operational guidelines to reflect that masking is an option and each parent's choice. Parents' choice has been approved in the Valley, Kenai Peninsula, and any other areas in the state, and that accommodates everyone's desires and opinions. Our students should not be required to wear masks for the following reasons. There are no mask mandates in the state of Alaska or municipality of Anchorage. Each family has the ability to choose to mask or not mask based on their individual needs, medical freedoms, and personal concerns. Kids of all ages do not socialize or communicate, and they isolate themselves while wearing masks. Nonverbal communication is so important and cannot be achieved when wearing masks. Children thrive with facial interactions, and the masks limit their abilities and desires to communicate, which limits their education and involvement. Masks are harming our children's mental health, creating anxiety, depression, and antisocial behaviors. ASD is creating restrictions without taking into account the parents who do not want our children to wear masks in schools or on the bus. Our son has a special education IEP and severe asthma. He's unable to wear a mask for 6 to 8 hours a day. Wearing a mask will hurt and hinder his ability to breathe and participate in PE sports and PE and after-school sports. Masks should not be required as well during PE activities, inside or outside, similar to the suggestion that masks are not required outside on the playground. In the 2021 school year, we pulled both of our children out of ASD and homeschooled because we knew that long-distance learning and the limited in-person learning with restrictions would be a disaster. Homeschooling was the best experience for our family, and we come from a dual working parents who were both essential workers. But we made it work and had a great time. Many of our friends also unenrolled their students in ASD and homeschooled with great success. ASD is depriving our children of the right of a public education. I'm concerned as well that my children, if given a medical exemption, will be shamed for not wearing masks. Middle school is difficult enough with preteen hormones, drama, and bullying. Do not add more stress or require masks for my children who have ADHD, battle to focus, and would fidget with their...
Thank you, Ms. Norbert. Next, we have Marta Muntean, in person. Number 56, yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Superintendent Bishop, board members, thank you for taking this opportunity or this time to hear my concerns. Again, my name is Marta Muntean. I am an Alaska Native mother, and I am also a licensed clinical social worker. I was born and raised in rural Alaska, but my husband and I have chosen to raise our 3 children here in Anchorage. I'm here today to express my concern for the consideration and recommendation and apparent decision to mask our children. I put full support behind allowing families to have a decision whether their children wear a mask. My reasons include, amongst many of what my fellow citizens behind me have already shared, masks prohibit invaluable social and emotional health and growth. We are going to see a long-term effect of masks and this fear, this unnecessary fear that has been propagated upon our community and our children. And we're going to see long-term effects just from the social emotional impact of this. And as I'm practicing as a therapist, and I'm already seeing this in my office setting. Masks create their own health risks, as some have already mentioned here. Masks prohibit communication and expression vital to overall development. I have a child who is also in the ASD special education program, and for my child within the special education, this is also very important to be able to see, to be able to hear and see expression, much like others have already expressed. Furthermore, Anchorage private schools were open all of 2020-21 with great success with masks as choice for family. This feels, I'm getting a little off script right now, but this really feels like the emperor with no clothes. Like we could see it. The Anchorage private schools have successfully used masks as choice. My children have successfully participated in masks as choice with close contact schools in close contact sports all year long. I have chosen for myself not to wear a mask when I can do that all year long. I have the choice to do that. Okay, I'll get back on script here. But it really does feel like, okay, let me speed it up. ASD summer school program successfully used mask as choice, which my daughter has also was involved in. Superintendent Bishop recent email reported that 9,000 students participated, including one of my children in this program, where only 10 individuals tested positive with no known spread. That is 1/10 of 1% of the mentioned students. The CDC has consistently contradicted itself.
Thank you. So let's go. Roy Witcher, are you on the line? I see it's *6, Mr. Witcher. *6, you are number 50. Before we go to the next page.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Welcome. You have
Hello, yes.
3 minutes.
Okay, well, welcome to you too, but I don't know. Did you folks hear the depression and anguish in those children's voices when they were talking to you? What you're doing to these kids is beyond any kind of torture that you could do other than actually hook them up to electricity or something like that. It's this bad. I've been coming to the school board meetings since my kids were in school. That means over 35 years of going in there and having you guys, probably when you were kids, telling us, oh, you can be part of the PTA, but you can't be part of the curriculum. You can't participate in anything other than just recreational things and PTA and et cetera. But, you know, I don't know if anybody taught you fables, but the boy who cried wolf really is a good analogy to this whole thing. Because you guys don't, the mask is not an issue. It's about control by your school district, by your school board, by the NEA, the unions. That's what all of this is about. The kids come way down the line. And, you know, I encourage people, every time an election comes up or bond issue comes up, make sure you vote no on every bond issue and pull your kids out of school and then start working on a petition to get all the people that are out of school have their taxes exempted from that portion that goes to school and in schools and education. Because you're not educating anybody. You have critical race theory, social engineering, but you're not teaching them education, that they learn how to learn, not be little drones and bees and ants. You know, I mean, this is not how you treat people. And you treat us like we're little kids and don't clap, don't applaud, don't. But, you know, you're teaching these kids the hypocrisy of your actions by saying, oh, don't let peer pressure get you and do drugs. Don't let peer pressure affect you. And then you do the exact opposite and say, oh, masking, peer pressure, shame those poor little children. Shame those adults, those parents, that they want a good education for their kids, that they want an actual life for their kids, for freedom and liberty that this country
Mr. Witcher
needs.
Next. Amber Glasser. Amber, can you hear me? *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm right outside. I just drove all the way down here. Do you mind if you skip me? Can I come in and testify in person, please?
Sure. You said you're outside?
Yep, I'm parking right now.
She was having trouble getting on. Okay, when you come in, we'll come back to you. Dr.
Okay,
Bowie.
thank you very much.
Dr. Bowie, can you unmute? *6 to unmute. Okay. The only other person that I needed to go back to was Chanel Afghan, and I don't think she's there either. All right, let's go on to testimony number 57, Corinthians Wiley, in person. Corinthians Wiley. Okay. Number 58, Jason Henning.
I'm working with him to try and get him.
Oh, you're trying to get him connected. Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Henning. Okay, Sam Spinella, in person. Sam Spinella. Okay. Stephanie Crabtree in person. Welcome, Stephanie. You have 3 minutes. Yeah, that one's on.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Crabtree. I have 2 kids in ASD. They're going to be starting 7th and 8th grade this coming August if you guys don't require masks. As of right now, if you keep the mask mandate on, I will pull my kids out of ASD. I had to pull them out of, I homeschooled them last year, which was really hard because my husband works full time and I work on the slope. So I 2 and 2. I come home for 2 weeks and I teach my kids for 2 weeks and I go back to work. That's how we managed last year. It was really hard. And one thing I learned from that was the education that they had received prior to that from this school district was abysmal. They had never had a full history class. They had never had science. The math that they knew was terrible. So I got them back on track. If we have to homeschool again, great. They'll have a great education for another year, but they are missing out on the social interaction that they get from school. And I don't want that for them. So our other option is we're going to leave the state. We have that ability. We have other options. We have family in other states. I started looking at other school districts. You know what I found when I went to their websites? I went to see what are their COVID policies. Nothing. You know why? Because they're not worried about it. They're educating their children. They're letting the parents handle that part of it. I don't understand why this school district can't handle that and can't do that. Masks should not be required. The CDC is not elected officials. They're not elected by the people. They are recommending. I'm recommending we don't wear masks. Everyone here is recommending we don't wear masks. Why that can't be listened to, I don't know. So that's all I have to say. I do not like the mask mandate, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Amber Glasser. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hear me?
You're going to have to turn it on. Push it a little. Yeah.
Is it on? Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me come in. My name is Amber Glasser. I was in ASD. I loved it. Graduated here from Safe High, class of 2001. I've been an Alaska resident for over 20 years. I live in District 3. So I'm going to use a quote from my representative. He told me over the phone in a private conversation. He said, "We can all find information to fit our narrative." So let's talk about that for a minute. I'm coming into this with a sense of playful curiosity. My narrative is freedom of choice, natural law, and common courtesy, with love and respect for all. My representative falls in line with the school board and the superintendent. The narrative there is, we're listening to the science, with masking and incentivized vaccination being our only way out of this pandemic. I'd like to remind everyone that this vaccine is under emergency use authorization only, but if you heard the president's speech today, you wouldn't think that is the case at all. $100 for anyone who gets the shot, that is preying on the weak and vulnerable. I'm really upset at this entire board and what you guys are doing. The school board and the superintendent are preying on Anchorage's vulnerable population and our most precious gifts in this life. Masking our kids is wrong, and you all know it. But you don't want to upset the union, lose your jobs. Your paychecks are more important than the health of our children. I understand that, but I don't agree with it. Where there's possible harm, there must be choice. If masks are forced, I will be forced to pull my kids out of ASD permanently. Here's the good news about all that. We will create our own schools. We will create a beautiful community where we can wear a mask or not, where we can be vaccinated or not. And you won't have people asking you about your personal medical and health decisions. And slowly, many of the jobs within the Anchorage School District will dwindle away. Your actions could bring this community back together or divide us forever. I'm not kidding about that, okay? I'm seeking jobs out of this city, and I warned the assembly over a year ago that I was gonna have to sell my house and move somewhere where people aren't forcing me and telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing. I have many friends that work in this district, and they've told me a lot of what's going on behind the scenes and what is being said. Everything happening right now is fear-based, not science-based. You're pushing a narrative that is so divisive that people are reacting and not doing any real research. You gotta stop it. I'm going to read you some of the things being said on the internet. Actually, I don't have time, so that's all I'm gonna say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rick next we have in person, Rick Castillo, number 61. Castillo. I gotta work on my Spanish. Sorry. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Superintendent, Dr. Bishop, board members of the school board, Anchorage School District. First and foremost, my heart breaks, and it doesn't break for my children, but it breaks for the other parents who don't quite have the privilege that I do. I will unfortunately have to pull my two young, beautiful daughters out of the Anchorage School District in the school that we most love, Northern Lights ABC, in order to go to a private school. Now, thank God I'm blessed with the resources to do so, because for most families that would cost upwards of $22,000 to $30,000 for a family of three. But for me, I can afford it. But what about the single parent? What about the family who's struggling just to get by after the pandemic? This isn't a plan, it's a strong arm. This isn't choice. Again, the plan of action that is given to us failed ultimately at the very top when the Delta variant was identified back in February. What has the school board been doing the entire summer? You are now rolling out a plan to the families 2 weeks prior to school. Mr. Holloman, for me to have to jump through hoops, you are stewards of Anchorage, but you are giving more to Kenai and to Matsu Borough than you know. Because what ultimately will you say 4 months from now, when the studies and the numbers show that the districts that chose to stay open versus Anchorage School District with mandates on masks, and the numbers show no real transmission or no deaths? I don't have to walk around Fred Meyer or in my community having to vouch for the decision. Ultimately, that's you, and I do not envy the position you are in, but I encourage you strongly to consider what is being placed upon us, the families that currently have young children in the district, that are young, like me, 35 years old, struggling to make Alaska my home, because I don't want to leave this great place. You're making it really difficult for me, though. And you're making it really difficult for the people behind me. Again, I am blessed to have the resources to make the transition that I must, but I pray that I do not have to. I believe in your leadership, Dr. Bishop, I really do. And you can do the right thing. And everyone in this city will rally behind you because they do believe in you. I'm letting you know that here tonight. We believe in you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Joan Wilson, number 62. Joan. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Joan Wilson. I'm a parent of a 7th grader. I am an attorney in town, and I mean this with no disrespect, but based upon the disrespect I've seen given to the parents behind me, I will be running for the Anchorage School District against one of you, not Mr. Donnelly. I am here to speak in favor of the following school mandates. Every school child shall have 60 minutes of physical activity a day. Every school meal shall come from fresh products not treated with chemicals or preservatives. Every child shall have vitamin D and zinc-enriched food. Every child should be encouraged and consulted to keep their BMI in a healthy range based upon the body type. If you don't support these mandates first, you don't just support our children. The mask should be the last alternative when we have all of these other options for keeping our children healthy. And have any of you raised that point once? No. Look at that science. Here's what we know about COVID from Dr. Ajala. infectious disease specialist from Johns Hopkins. People shouldn't be surprised about cases because the virus isn't going to be eliminated or eradicated. The goal has never been to drive coronavirus to zero. Children are spared the severe consequences of COVID-19 and are less likely to spread it. If you have a healthy child with no medical problems, parents can make informed risk assessments for their child's benefit. From the people that you're relying on, the CDC, most children with COVID have mild symptoms or they have no symptoms at all. From the American Academy of Pediatrics, from which you rely on, children still have a low risk of becoming seriously ill from COVID. The latest data shows that kids make up 1.3 to 3.6 of the total reported hospitalizations, and that around 0.1 to 1.9 resulted in of COVID cases in children resulted in hospitalization. The vast majority with co-occurring conditions that you can fix if you did all that healthy stuff I told you we should do for our children. But you don't care about it because you really don't care about fighting COVID. In Anchorage, we are not in danger. 62% of those over 12 have at least one shot. 80% of those over 65 have at least one shot. 40,000 residents have tested positive. You can include them. So what am I asking you to do? Stop it. Stop acting on emotion. Stop harming our children for the benefit of the old. Stop thinking that masking our children doesn't impact their development. And stop thinking that parents don't know how to take care of their kids.
Thank you. Next, we have Nikki Joyce. Nikki Joyce, telephonically. Nikki, are you online? There are a couple of numbers that with no name. Nikki Joyce. Jenna Seymour, in person. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a mother and to 3 boys. They're 13, 10, and 7. I never imagined a year ago that I would have moved from my home state of Oregon last month. We just got here and be standing in front of yet another school board pleading my case. What I'm about to share has been an absolute exhausting topic, but I pray and hope that this will trigger something in your moral being to be able to see past all of these other professional influences that are coming at you. I am asking for masks of principals, teachers, and children to be optional. The CDC's ever-changing fluid guidelines presented last week an incident rate of 21.4 cases per 100,000 vaccinated people. This is only 0.02%. With the CDC not providing transparent data and honesty, the public's trust is eroding. I want to also focus on a very important data point, deaths. Per data from the New York Times, nationally in a 7-day average, deaths have been below 400 per day since June. Heart disease, cancer, accidents, stroke, chronic respiratory diseases, Alzheimer's claims more lives on a daily basis. Also, deaths have stayed low and stable despite the rise in Delta cases. And I don't understand why positive tests are considered a case when they can range from asymptomatic to serious. You cannot base every positive test as a case. Here in our state of Alaska, this information I just pulled today, there is a daily average of 263 COVID cases statewide in the last 7 days, and there has been only 1 death. I reiterate, 1 death. This is a 0.0038% of death. These numbers are far lower than the peak Alaska experienced in December of COVID reaching 716 cases in a 7-day average. So then the question is, why are we and our kids being forced to comply with arbitrary behaviors by this irrational fear of death? Shouldn't we be setting an example for how to objectively think and analyze data to make our own informed risk versus benefit decision, which we do every single day when we step out of our front door? How did masking and vaccinating our children become the gold standard and our response to a virus that we will not outrun? We need to figure out how to live with it without taking away our freedoms. Our children have become a sacrifice and bear the consequence to our responses. Why are you allowing statistical outliers and weak data to be the basis for segregating our society and communities around who has or hasn't been vaccinated and who does or does not wear a mask? A segregated society is not a free society. Bottom line, by allowing optional masks maintains everyone's individual freedom. It is time to face our existence with courage so we can carry on and look.
Thank you. Next, we have David Dowd. David Dowd in person.
God bless you.
David Dowd. Okay. We'll go back to Nikki Joyce. Nikki Joyce, you were number 60.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming back to me. I just wanted to make a quick statement. Neither of my kids are currently eligible to be vaccinated due to their age. I want them to be in school as much as everybody else. I want them to be in as safe an environment as possible, and I believe one way to achieve that is through universal mask wearing. If I'm wrong, I'd rather err on the side of caution. I don't want to choose between their health and their education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on, we're at number 66.
No.
Mr. Is it June McDonald? Yes. I may have pronounced your name wrong. June McDonald?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Right, thank you. I'm calling because I am so upset that you are forcing kids to wear masks. This hurts the kids and is bad for their development and emotional health. A very recent, I'm going to talk about this. As soon as they, there is no legitimate reason for the school board to force our kids to do this. If you had a good reason, people would support you and you would not have to threaten us or force us to comply. I took my kids out of ASD, ASD school, who's going to be kindergartner, who was excited to go to ASD school, but when she heard that she has to wear a mask, and she told me that she doesn't want to wear a mask at school, so I told her that we're going to homeschooling. And my another child who's a third grader who was going to go to the Northern Lights ABC, who was excited about, and I am pulling her out as well because she does not want to wear a mask at school as well. So I also recommend it to all my friends that they do as well to pull their kids out of ASD school if they're mandate to wear a mask, because it is really bad for kids' brain development. And it is really shameful that you are playing political games with our children. You care more about NEA, Alaska, than you do about our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, number 67, Andrea Dolan in person. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the chance to speak. You mentioned caring about our children, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit because the CDC, Anchorage School District, don't care about your children. They don't care about my children. They have nothing to say about their health. Dina Bishop does not care about your children either. She doesn't care about their welfare, their health, or anything else. I'm going to tell you a story that's very personal to me, so please bear with me. A few short years ago, my son was a senior at Stellar Secondary School. He confided in his best friend that he was questioning his sexuality. He thought that he was safe and supported. The boy who claimed he was such a close friend proceeded to bully him, spread rumors, and make my son feel that he had nothing left to live for. My son called me one day and told me while he was doing his homework that he couldn't get through it and that I needed to come pick him up or he was going to hurt himself. I left immediately and took him to the hospital where he spent 2 weeks of learning about himself and how to quiet those thoughts. He came home with a completely different view of the world and of himself. I couldn't be more proud of my son for having a clear enough head to know that he needed help. After he was home, I contacted everyone I could to make sure they were aware of what happened, so no other child had to endure that and no other parent had to get that call or even worse. I emailed the principal, the school, and Dina Bishop. I emailed her to let her know about the bullying my son had to endure, which was a subject at the forefront of education at that time due to the recent release of 13 Reasons Why. The message from the school district and Ms. Bishop was that they were very sensitive to the children's needs and to the high incidence of teenage suicides. When I emailed her and shared that the school had done nothing about the bully, even though he put my son in the hospital because he wanted to kill himself, can you guess the response I got from her? Nothing. Not one word. Not a response saying, I'm sorry this happened. Not anything saying, I'm glad he's okay. There was no concern for my son wanting to hurt himself because you refused to do something about a bully. This is supposed to be a concern that everybody's worried about. So I'm going to repeat, Dina Bishop does not care about your children. She does not care about mine. She doesn't care about their health or welfare, and to listen to her when it comes to medical decisions about your children would be reckless, irresponsible, and completely ignorant of the state of the school district and the rights that parents have to care for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Carly Colony, in person. Carly Colony. Okay, Paula Evans, telephonically. Paula, if you're online, it's *6 to unmute. Natalia Gravogel, I'm sorry. Gravogel, got it. Thank you. Welcome.
This one?
Yes, it's on.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nathalia Gravogel. I'm a mother to an upcoming second grader and upcoming kindergartner. I want to note that at the beginning of the public testimony, you stated that you take into consideration parents' testimony and take our testimony into consideration. Well, as a parent, that you all do not take our testimony into account because based on a teacher's testimony earlier today, you already had your mind made up. I am testifying against Dr. Bishop's recommendation to mandate kids wearing masks this year. I believe masking should be a choice for each child and family as every family is different. As a licensed professional counselor who specializes in working with childhood trauma and complex PTSD, I want to offer my own recommendation to Dr. Bishop and this board that are for a mask mandate. First, I want to discuss the effect that fear has on a person's ability to critically think. When our brain perceives a danger or life threat, our prefrontal cortex goes offline and our limbic system kicks in. Our limbic system is part of our animal defense system that holds our attach, cry, fight, flight, freeze, and faint defenses. When this is occurring, our brain is in survival mode, and therefore logic, reasoning, memorization of facts goes offline. People cannot make any sound choices or decisions in this hyper-aroused state. In my opinion, there's been a lot of fear-based science circulating around this past year, and some people are in a constant state of fear. It seems to me that Dr. Bishop and some board members are not critically thinking through this fear-based science and therefore wanting to make decisions based on their fear. I want to ask Dr. Bishop and some board members, are you aware of how you're feeling when you're making decisions for this upcoming school year? If you notice you have fear, anxiety, anger, or high concern about COVID-19, even though we have a vaccine since January for a virus with over 99% survival rate, then I recommend that you find a way to calm your nervous system to get your logic, reasoning, and discernment brain back online before you make any additional decisions. Your fear-based perception should not be mandated for all children. Since Dr. Bishop's email, I've started looking at homeschool and private school options for my children and after this meeting, I'm highly considering removing them from the district. Side note, this board has already made 2 exceptions to mask wearing. First one mentioned is that athletes on a court don't have to wear a mask, but athletes on the bench have to wear them. And secondly, medical exemptions. Based on this, it's very apparent that this mandate is not about public health of students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley Mark, number 71. You're in person, Ashley? I don't see Ashley. Joe Barthel, number 72, in person. Joe? Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Joe Bartle. I'm a husband and father of 2. I'll start by saying this is not me. I do not go to school board meetings. I despise politics and I loathe public speaking. As such, I generally like to mind my own business, but the actions of the board, you've made this my business, so that's why I'm here tonight. You know, I hear the pro-maskers, they keep calling for this universal masking mandate. The first few that I heard, they sounded like polished infomercials, and I was a little concerned that I was the minority here. I'm glad I'm not, and I hope you all see that. Another thing about, they call it the universal masking mandate, and they're calling for all students to wear masks. What I don't see is the flip side of that coin. Those of us arguing for the choice to wear a mask. We are not saying that all children don't wear a mask. We're simply asking for the choice, and we're being potentially stripped of that choice. You know, I mentioned feeling like I was the minority here, thinking that it was going to be a tyranny of the majority here, and I don't think that's the case. I think most of the parents here throughout the school district would like the choice and don't want this mask mandate. Someone had already mentioned these previous flu seasons that were especially bad for kids back in 2017, 2018. Where were these draconian measures there? 2017, 2018, 172 kids died of flu that year. I remember that year because I was scared for my kids. I don't remember shutting down schools or mask mandates then. So what's changed? Going back further, 2009, H1N1 killed 282 kids. The flu total for that year was 358 kids. Again, no lockdowns or mask mandates, not even for the general population. What changed? With all that, I feel there's something very insidious at work. You're following recommendations from the CDC. How many times have they flip-flopped on mask mandates, double masking? It's ridiculous. I could read articles citing the science, the true science. I know that this is Alaska and this is not the state of Florida, but I brought the executive order from Ron DeSantis that secured parental choice for mask mandates. And it's an interesting read, so I would recommend everyone in this room to read it. It does 2 things. It secures the right for the parent to choose for their children. Secondly, it effectively withholds funding from schools that don't allow mask choice for the kids. I don't know how your funding works here, but I'm sure there's a way. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jamie Lopman. Jamie Lopman, telephonic. Do you see a Jamie? Okay, let's go up to Jason. What is Jason's last name? Oh, Henning. Jason Henning. Jason, *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And hello, board. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak. And then I just wanted to remind all of you that you are elected officials. And unfortunately, from all appearances, it seems you're unwilling to hear the voice of the people. So it is my request that you all issue an official statement to the people who are here as to your reasoning and rationale of why you are denying the unanimous opinion of people who have spoken today. That being said, I want to talk about my own child. My child has autism. He cannot wear a mask. He goes into a fit if you even try to put one on him. My son is age 5. He is only just now learning how to eat solid food, let alone being able to put food in his mouth or wear a mask is just never going to happen. So that being said, if there's any lawyers in the room, keep in mind this could be a potential violation of Section 504 of the Disability Discrimination Act, and keep that very much in mind. Well, that being said, board, I thank you for your time. That's what I wanted to say, and unfortunately, I've come to the realization that what I say doesn't matter to you all. And to everyone here, keep this moment in mind. When election time comes, this board has failed us all today, and remember it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Lopman. Jamie Lopman. Should be a telephonic call. Dean Cannon, in person. Dean? Dean Cannon? Forrest McDonald. Forrest McDonald. Forrest, if you're on the line, I see. Is that him? No. Okay. Let's try Kimberly Paulson in person. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have 3 minutes.
In the email sent out by the superintendent on Saturday evening, families were notified that over 9,000 students participated in some form of in-person learning over the summer. And there were only 10 confirmed COVID cases and no known spread. So it's my understanding, someone told me, that 9 of those 10 cases were staff related, so not students. So let's see. This success was obtained with choice masking. And due to this success, I'm asking that mask choice remain in place for the 21-22 school year. That those students who wish to wear a mask or whose parents wish them to wear a mask be given the choice to do so. And that those students who do not wish to wear a mask be given that choice as well. I will say my 16-year-old said, well, I will probably be expelled. And that is a question. What happens to the children who choose not to comply? Please let us know. My 16-year-old had a problem signing up, so he texted me what he would like to say. As leaders of the community, it is not your job to follow a single group of experts or to conform to the majority opinion. You were chosen to find balance between many different courses of action. Something I think you aren't taking into account is the simple fact that it is not good for these children to spend 2 or more years of their lives without seeing a stranger's face. There is a simple and essential joy in seeing another person smile. Our children deserve that. And I do have to say that it has been wonderful to see your smile this evening. You have a beautiful smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, let's see, Paula Evans, *6 to unmute. Paula, we see you in the queue. *6 to unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
There you go.
I did. Yes.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything I could say that would be new or clever or persuasive. But I would like to make the observation that I feel that children are, by and large, suffering because of opinions that adults want to hold and use them to substantiate. You can find facts and figures that tell you just about anything you want to on this. But the important thing is the children. We don't want to raise children that are timid and afraid of other people, afraid of going places and doing things. And neither do we want to raise children who are actually in danger. I personally don't see much of that in the stories that I hear told and that I read. It seems to me like you can always clamp down harder if you have to, but I don't see starting out that way. It seems to me that choice is the way to go. And so I'm calling just to give my opinion and to say that to represent me, you would allow these kids to have a choice whether to wear a mask or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, is it Yoon Choi? Star 6 to unmute.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. I am a mother of 2 children who are 3 and 6. We have moved to Alaska from Washington about 2 years ago. I was really surprised to see the quality of education here. And I thought Alaska schooling are failing. The quality of the education here is so poor. Instead of improving the curriculum and finding ways to teach our children better, you are playing political games, forcing the children to wear a mask. According to the CDC report back in March 2021, CDC admitted that mask wearing provides no real protection against COVID. You are scaring the children and you are hurting my kids and our kids. My upcoming kindergartner, who was excited to go to the ASD public school this coming year. However, she does not want to wear a mask at home and at school, And I have decided to join in the homeschooling group where my choice and where my children, my kids respect it. Everyone should have a choice of wearing masks. You cannot force anyone to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, we'll go back through our list. Jamie Lokman. I don't see him in the queue. Mr. Bowie. Star 6. I think everybody else has done it, right? The only one I see in the queue right now is Lance Bowie. Star 6 to unmute. Okay, that concludes our Mr. Wiley is having a technical issue. Is he gonna? You may have to send it in writing. So I'm going to recommend.
Excuse me, my wife and I haven't been heard yet.
And your name?
Johnny Avery Fuller. Signed our name when we came in.
On the sign-up list.
So did I. Where,
Just a moment, please.
Very good.
Do you have a?
I pulled it up and there was no additional names. They did not sign up on the list, but it sounds like there was some miscommunication with the people up front.
Oh,
that they were
okay.
signing up on cards. You might just ask.
Okay. So apparently we have a little bit of a miscommunication. So if you signed up tonight to speak, why don't you come forward and give us your name? And you have 3 minutes. We're looking for the list. Thank you.
Yep. So my name is Johnny Avery Fuller, and
I'm sorry,
Johnny Avery Fuller. Yeah. So I heard a lot of good talk about science and all that stuff. I have nothing particular to add to that. But someone else made a really good point about decisions made out of fear. Well, here's something you should be afraid of, and that is 20 years from now, when we're still doing this. Someone else mentioned that you have to do something because of the TSA. Does anyone know what the TSA was designed to do? Yeah, catch terrorists. To date, they have never caught a terrorist. Last year, they cost the American federal taxpayer $8.2 billion. Good job, good spending of money there. So it basically boils down to this. If you give petty tyrants power, they will use it. And then, has anyone flown recently? Did you have to take your shoes off? Did you have to put all your shampoo in little bottles? Did any of you have to stand for a backscatter? That's real fun. Did anyone have to submit voluntarily to a strip search? Just randomly because they liked it? That's the kind of power you are all empowering if you force people to wear masks in school. Little by little, tiny bit, and then 20 years from now, we will all still be doing this because it will always be relevant if you let it be relevant. You can stop it right now. All you have to do is let people have a choice. It's a very, very simple thing to do. And you get to be heroes who stood up against tyranny. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have, come forward and give your name, Ms. Fuller.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Murray Fuller. I'm his wife, and I'm a teacher in the district. I am a world language teacher, and I'm honored to join the team at Winterberry this year. Please excuse my casual appearance, albeit fairly authentically Alaskan. I didn't anticipate speaking because I am not a political person. I'm just a teacher who loves our kids more than anything in this world. I've heard so many parents are very concerned about the safety and well-being of their children during this time. And I absolutely share those worries. When in-person school began in January, I too was so frightened that harm would come to me, or worse, that I couldn't sleep at night because I would be the reason why harm came to children. But from the experience that I had in the classroom this year with the COVID mitigation plans, I can attest that the classroom real-life use of those masks does not resemble the lab condition of studies often cited as evidence of their efficacy. If these measures were very effective and caused no harm, of course I would support it. I want our children to be safe. I doubt their efficacy because many masks are ill-fitting and many of them slip. Many are poor quality and children remove them multiple times for eating and for social emotional breaks. Some students may even be exempted because of IEPs. Furthermore, the obscured faces and the muffled voices that these masks cause, it does impede the learning process a great deal, especially in subject areas where language is involved. I'm a language teacher. They need to see my face. Many special needs students this year and English language learners were negatively impacted because of this decision, and all students learned at a pace that was slower than they otherwise would. That said, parents shouldn't have to be frightened to send their students to school, and I understand that the protection of a mask comes from other people. And so I would ask the board humbly, please consider cohorting students in whole classrooms so that parents who choose to have the protection of other students can choose that. And parents who choose to have the option can choose that as well. I moved to Anchorage from New York because I'm proud to serve in a district that has so many charter schools and options and wants to do the best for our children. I want our children to be safe and to be able to learn. Please be creative. Think about outdoor education. Think about other options that could make them be safe and also learn effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, come forward, state your name.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Reed. I didn't come here tonight with the intent of speaking.
I'm sorry, can you state your name again?
Caitlin Reed.
Caitlin, thank you.
I don't like public speaking, but I also don't like my kids wearing masks more. My daughter wears glasses. She can't see. They fog up. She can't see even more. She has bifocals. She needs to see out the bottom. If she's breathing in her mask, which the kids' masks, they fit so well, let me tell you that. She can't read. She can't do her math. She can't see anything that she's supposed to be doing. How is that helping? You who wear glasses, you understand that. She's 8. She does not. So what is her solution? To pull them down, therefore making them ineffective. Please take this mask recommendation, mandate, whatever the heck you want to call it, out. That is not your decision to make. My son started kindergarten thinking that this is normal, to the fact that now he doesn't want to not wear a mask because he's afraid that someone is going to say something to him. He's 6. How old are you? How old are each and every single one of you? Did you get to go to school where you were told you have to put something on your face or else you can't learn here? That's not fair. Please make another amendment, whatever proposition, whatever it's called. Please do it again at the end of this meeting if you can. I don't care about your rules. You already changed them once tonight. Please do it again. I can't believe that you are all that insensitive to all these parents that are up here, to not give it a second chance, to give us the option. Like the other parents, I'm sending my kids to school, not in masks. If they get sent home, they're not going to be in trouble by me and my husband. If it happens again, I will disenroll them. I'm not good at the homeschooling thing, but I guess I will have to figure it out. Since no one else up here on this board wants to help. That's your job, is to help, and you're not helping. Anyways, sorry, I don't mean to yell. I just get very nervous. But that's all I have to say. So I wish that you will try it again, please.
Thank you. Next. If you will state your name and so we can.
I'm going to try not to get emotional here. I'm going to keep it in all night. Thank you, Madam President and School Board. I'm here on behalf of my children because I can't be.
Can we get your name?
Jessica Price.
Thank you, Jessica.
I'm tired. I don't know about all y'all, but I am really tired. I think I need to go to bed because I got to go work in the morning. But I'm just the experiences that my children had wearing masks in their classroom, the interactions that they had this last year is why I'm here. My girls, they go to a great school. They've never had bad interactions with other children, not until this last year. The profanity, the crude language, the outbursts, the anger. My daughter became withdrawn. She started speaking less. And we talked a little bit about mental health here, other parents talking about mental health, but this causes mental health issues too. I don't know if you've thought about that at all, but I'm here on behalf of my daughter who had a really difficult time with school and trying to learn, and she was crying every morning. I can't handle it, Mom. I can't handle what they say. I can't handle what they do. She had a great teacher, and her teacher tried so hard. The principal tried hard, but obviously they're doing their best. You all are they're just trying to do their best for these teachers and this principal. And I love this school. And I tried to homeschool my children. Have you ever tried being on a conference call and teaching your kids at the same time while you're working full time? I'm sure you all have. I don't know if you have kids, but it is damn hard, excuse my language, and I can't do it. So I'm putting my faith in you to help with the mental health portion for my kids. And I have a 5-year-old going to school who it's his first time, can't even wear a mask for 30 minutes, takes it off, throws it, has a tantrum. And he is also dealing with, I'm teaching him mental health. Okay, let's breathe through this, let's work through this. And now we're going to have the kindergarten teachers, which Dr. Bishop said they're trained. We're trying to train them on how to deal with issues in the classroom. Now they're going to have to deal with that issue of my 5-year-old throwing a fit. And I don't want that for them. And I know you've already made this decision, and it breaks my heart because I've worked all summer long bringing the mental health of my children back up, feeding them, giving them the love that they need. And I can't. And it's been so difficult. And I'm going to be sending them right back into it. And I'm hoping that this school can figure that out with the kids, with the anger issues that they're having. But I'm hoping and I'm praying for you guys. Please reopen this up and make this a better decision. Thank you.
Welcome. If you'll state your name. You have to turn it on if you use that one. Yeah, there you go.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Thank you, all of you members here, for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief. I have listened to a lot of testimony today.
I'm sorry, sir. Can we get your name?
Yes, my name is Tom, T-O-M, Miles, M-I-L-E-S. I've worked for ASD in the past. I'm former military. I've also worked for the U.S. government. I served my country honorably. I served in Vietnam. I served in Nicaragua as well as in Colombia. I fought against FARC, I fought against the Sandinistas, and I fought against the Viet Cong. So those who said they are protecting people, I want you to know I protected people too. And the 5 tenets of the United States military is honor, integrity, and commitment, country, and service. And I'll tell you this, I would like for everybody on both sides to look at your integrity, also the honor that's involved here in taking care of these young people, because we all know that it's very difficult for people to interact with each other when they can't see their faces. I spoke to the young man over here, said he served in Iraq, so he understands PTSD, seeing people with their faces covered all the time and not knowing who your enemy is, and not knowing what soul you're going to have to take and when you're going to have to take it. These kids are not faced with that. But these kids are faced with death on a daily basis, okay, from breathing in their waste. We breathe in oxygen and we exhale carbon monoxide, okay? And when they're constantly breathing it in, there's something called hypoxia. I may not have it exactly correct, don't claim to be a doctor, but I've done my research. And I've actually suffered from it. Same thing with asphyxiation. So just imagine these poor children sitting in a classroom day in and day out, as well as people wanting to mandate people in here wearing masks. You know, we're adults. We have our opportunity. We can make our own choices. But let our children live. Let our children live. Until you face death, you don't know what life is. Amen. Until you face death, you don't know what life is. Until you've humped somebody out of the jungle, you don't know what it's all about. You can't teach what you don't know. You can't lead where you won't go. Integrity, honor, and commitment to these children. Not about yourselves, not about the American Federation of Teachers, not about AEA, not about any of it. You need to take care of these children. And I respect each and every one of you. I understand what you're going through. I know some of you, know some of your husbands, serve with them. So that's it. Think about these kids, not yourself. You can't protect yourself. And the virus is going to morph. We still have AIDS. We still have herpes. And I could name them on and on and on and on. And these masks haven't stopped any of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have three people. We have three people in line and one on the phone. And after those three people, if you can only testify once. Oh, it's your daughter? Okay. Then we'll take those four people. The last call will be the call online. So hold on, Mr. Wiley. Can we have your name, please? Welcome.
Yes. Hello, members of the school board. My name is Reese. I am in 8th grade. I am here to share my concerns about masks. Families have different Families have different needs and concerns. Therefore, some families may choose to utilize masks and others may not. Some families need to focus on their mental health and others need to focus on their physical health. Some are worried about safety and others are prioritizing their child's development. Families that are concerned about mental health cannot have their child in masks for two reasons. One, masks create more stress. Knowing you will have to spend all day with insufficient oxygen and without seeing others is hard. And two, if there is something the child or family is struggling with mentally, a mask prevents anyone else from seeing them and being able to help them. When no one is able to help them, they start to lose hope of anything getting better. That feeling is dangerous. I don't want to lose any of my classmates this year to suicide because they're required to wear a mask. Other families may have a member with an illness or condition that weakens their immune system. That family may choose to utilize masks. Children have died in PE class because they were forced to wear a mask. They died at school because they died while they were exercising in gym because they were forced to wear one. Their body was in a state where they needed extra oxygen, but instead they had less and their body couldn't function anymore. Kids in pre-K to 4 don't even remember much life without masks. They're still learning by copying. When they go to school, they're taught about COVID, but instead of being taught that COVID is rarely dangerous to healthy people, they're taught that they're a threat to their grandparents and relatives. They live in fear of being guilty for a relative's illness. Since their brain is not fully developed, they cannot process these messages critically. Parents want the best for their child and want to make sure that their child is being taught the real truth, not a truth that has been twisted and changed. When will you say that masks are done? When will we be able to live life normally without fear of other people? If this is about the Delta variant, the UK's cases spiked for a few weeks and then dropped dramatically. If our numbers follow theirs, can we remove masks when the cases begin declining? In the superintendent's letter on Sunday, she stated that during summer school, there were over 9,000 students, no mask mandate, and there were fewer than 10 cases. What parameters are necessary to say enough? There shouldn't be a fear of going out in public. We don't need to freak out again. We can go about this in two ways, defensively or offensively. Defense is what we've been using for the last year, which has proven to be unhelpful. Mandating masks and locking up, which is harmful to families. Offense is what we have not tried but need to. It is the healthier way, taking vitamin D, getting outside, eating real food, drinking water, and letting parents decide what is best for their family. Let's choose offense for our kids, families, schools, and nation. I'm asking you to leave the question of masks up to the parents, since they know the health concerns of their children better than anyone else. Thank you.
Reese, can we get your last name, please?
Reese Douglas.
Douglas, thank you.
Is this on?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Trisha Douglas.
Thank you.
Hello, members of the school board. Thank you. Thankfully, we are at a much different point as we approach the beginning of school this year than we were last year. And because we know more, we can do better. I want to address 2 points today: mental health concerns for our youth and theoretical versus actual effectiveness of masks. According to the CDC, the top 2 strongest risk factors for death from SARS-CoV-2 are number 1, obesity, and number 2, anxiety and fear-related disorders, mental health. I'm going to start with number 2, the less often addressed issue that has actually become a bigger threat to our young people than COVID itself. The mental health department at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine released a statement warning that the secondary effects of the pandemic and the strategies to mitigate it, such as masks and quarantine, could cause an increase in suicides in the U.S. As we all know, Alaska is already consistently in the top few states for the highest number of suicides per 100,000 people, so this hits home. A CDC survey addressing mental health compared 2019 to 2020. It showed depression rates had increased 4 times, anxiety 3 times. And suicidal ideations were 2 times higher in June 2020 alone, 1 month, than in the entire year of 2019. Scott Balsitis has a PhD in viral immunology and vaccinology. He had this to say last month: fear is a bigger threat now than COVID. It's time to move on. He continued, fortunately, the data are clear that simply being a child provides excellent protection against COVID. And he added that suicides easily outnumber COVID deaths in children 17 and under. We have reached the point, he said, where further public health interventions are a net harm. A net harm. We have the data to move forward without fear. Masking has probably been the hottest debate in the last 18 months. And I understand that initially, when we had little information about the virus, vulnerable populations, treatments, or whatever, it seemed like a reasonable consideration. Now we have millions of data points to use to see if that theory panned out. In May this year, a report was released by the University of Louisville addressing whether mask mandates slow the spread of SARS-CoV-2, which is what we heard tonight was the purpose. They report, our findings do not support the hypothesis that mandates slow the spread of SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV transmission rates, they report, our findings do not support the hypothesis that SARS-CoV-2 transmission rates decrease with greater public mask use, regardless of whether community spread is high or low. In short, mask use was not tied to case rates or community spread. To summarize, mental health is a bigger threat now than COVID for our young people. Interventions are adding to this mental health crisis, and mask use was shown to be unrelated to community spread. So I will conclude with this. What is the end game? When can these kids resume life unhindered? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. We're almost done, guys. Please hold your applause.
Oh, it's all worth it. My name is Lonnie Darvell, and I wasn't even, is it on?
Yeah.
Get a little closer?
It's on.
Sorry about that. Get a little closer. My name is Lonnie Darvell, and I didn't even plan on coming here tonight. I knew the meeting was happening, but as soon as I told my daughter about it, she's 12 years old, and she's like, we have to go. And she would kind of like to come up here and speak herself, but she's not a big public speaker. And you're probably pretty lucky that she's not coming up here, because she'd probably give you a Bernadette Wilson action. Trying to wake Pat up here too at the end. I thought I was going to come do a slam the shoe down like Winston Churchill. Okay, so let's look around here real quick at the room. Anchorage School District employees. Let's do a quick mask count. That tells me a lot right there. About 2/3 of you aren't wearing masks, right? So, but you want to make our kids do it. The evidence is that these masks are probably the opposite beneficial. People, I don't want to get into the politics of this, but it is a political issue, all right? And doing a mask mandate is just imposing politics on our children. There's one thing that children have to be able to do. They have to be allowed to be children. You are forcing adult issues onto the minds of immature children, and they can't handle it. You know that. I've been looking into some of your eyes, okay, through this meeting to see who you really are, how you're reacting to what's going on, what's being said, if you're listening. Some of you surprised me. I think there's some hope there, all right? You don't have to do a mask mandate, no matter what these political pressures are. You need to let these kids be kids. You need to let them go to school and play and interact. The biggest thing that they get from school isn't the education that you give them. It's the social interaction that they learn. And you're taking that away. When you take these things away from childhood, you can't ever fix it. Childhood is something you can't ever do over. Look at child actors. So you have an opportunity. We have a lot of power. You're not always going to have that power. You got to do the right thing. There's no evidence of this being a danger to children. I know there are teachers that are afraid. They're adults. They can make adult decisions. There's other things that you can do. You can put people that want to wear masks together and people that don't want to wear masks. There's all kinds of different measures that you can do, but instead you're doing a one-size-fits-all that's completely ineffective. Quit playing the politics. Free our children.
Next. And we have your name, please.
Kennedy Grady.
Thank you, Kennedy. You have 3 minutes.
So I would like to talk about the fact that I feel like there's people that are talking for us middle schoolers and also freshmen and people that are going into high school, because I've been through summer school and a law program where there have been kids that has worn masks and none of us had a problem with communicating or like seeing if someone was smiling whenever we said something was to them. It was easy for this. So in my opinion, it feels like we're taking this way better than some adults are, because we have no problem wearing masks. And I have younger siblings that are like 4 and 5. They don't have problems wearing masks. My brother, he loves wearing his Superman mask. My sister, she loves wearing her Frozen mask. They don't have, that's not something that stops them from playing or anything. And I understand for like PE, if it's hard to breathe with mask on, then maybe we shouldn't wear masks during PE because it might be hard to breathe while we're running and playing. But I still feel that it's necessary to keep us safe, because it shouldn't be political at the fact, our health shouldn't be political in the first place, really. Which, I'm sorry. Because it's our health, because do parents would rather risk their health or would they want their children to be safe? Because also pulling their kids out of school, because I was listening to this meeting before, and I feel like pulling kids out of school versus them like wearing masks, I feel like pulling kids out of school will cause them more harm than good, because you're taking us away from our friends and people that we know as friends. Like, we can't always be in the same house for too long, even if we have like social friends that we might meet online. We still would love to see our friends in person, and we all also still want to be safe.
Good job, baby. Thank you, Kennedy. And our last Corinthians Wiley, *6.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Corinthians Wiley. I want to say thank you to Katie Grant and my friend Lee Sloan, who is a community champion, for helping me testify. I was there earlier. I sat up front for a bit. I just had some family issues, so I needed to get back to my responsibilities. I'm a community activist. I'm a husband, a father, a member of the Alaska Young Republicans, and proud lifelong municipality of Anchorage resident. Today, my words and actions represent several emotional mothers and fathers who are angry, scared, and frustrated with the direction our public system is headed. Today, my words and actions fight for the many families I've met with that include Anchorage School District youth that have begun exhibiting symptoms of mental health deterioration since the pandemic began. COVID-19 is unfortunately real. Yes, it is not a hoax. Yes, it can be deadly and has taken countless cherished humans from their families and friends. I refuse to pretend that I am an infectious disease expert. That would be foolish and asinine. What I do claim to be is a decent resident of Anchorage, Alaska, that believes forcing our children to wear masks against their will and their families would be traumatizing and counterproductive. In the United States of America, we pride ourselves on choices and rights. The more these things are infringed upon, the more I feel our society will begin to emulate totalitarianism. I'm proud to know and support our new mayor, David Bronson. His public declaration to not force several restrictions in response to the pandemic is exhilarating and very hopeful. I shall never give up on the municipality I call home, Anchorage, Alaska. I'm steadfast that this issue regarding our children should be handled in a bipartisan fashion, and we shouldn't let our political stances and opinions stop us from fighting for what's best for our children. Cheers to Superintendent Dana Bishop and also all the members of the school board, as I have a sincere, genuine hope that all of us are here to improve and do what's best for our children in the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you. That concludes our public testimony. We are moving back to our agenda. We are at, after suspending the rules, we are now at our non-action items. Is there? Yeah. Does anyone need to pull anything from non-action tonight? Seeing? They'll come back to them. Okay. It'll come back to you next week. I mean, week after at our next meeting. Our next on our agenda would be our school board and administration. Oh, we need to go back up to, next on our agenda would be our school and administration comments. Member Donley.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move that the board ask the superintendent to go back and reconsider her plan and to take into consideration the public testimony we've heard tonight and try to accommodate some of the concerns that have been expressed.
Is there a second? That motion, if you cannot, you guys have, please try to be civil. There should be no outbursts. That motion fails without a second. Member Holloman.
What I'd like to say is, I think it's open for reconsideration all the time. And people have talked about how long is this going to go on. It didn't go on during summer school because the conditions at the beginning of summer were such that it didn't seem necessary. And the board wasn't directly involved in that decision, but the superintendent changed it. I don't doubt if 2 weeks from now, if things have changed dramatically in a good way, she'll change the procedures that the district's operating under. None of us like the impact that mass cap, and we all want to see it go away. But right now, we're looking at a sharp curve upward. We're looking at a lot of community spread. We're looking at bringing tens of thousands of adults and kids together in our buildings and sending them back home. We don't want to be the center of spread or additional spread in Anchorage. But when the case count goes down,
please, you guys.
When the case count goes down, I don't doubt that the superintendent will act quickly without the board. At the moment she sees a way to make the district work better, she's got the authority to do it. And I think she will do it. And she's demonstrated that with summer school. So that is why I don't have a desire to second the motion. I think the plan's there. I think it makes sense. I know that we disagree on the science of it, and we don't need to have that discussion right now. But I do think you'll see this go away. I do think you'll see a time when we're back to normal, the way we always thought of as normal. But it's not normal in the community right now. Thank you.
If there is another outburst, we will clear the room so we can finish our meeting. You guys, please try to, we know that it's difficult.
Madam Chair, I really appreciate the leeway the board's been giving me on this, but in the public comments that we got, there's a theme here, is particularly about the vulnerability of our kindergartners and our first graders to forcing them to wear masks. we've heard from kindergarten and first grader teachers that this is just not a good idea. It's a bad idea. These little kids, it's really cruel to do to them. And what happens is it doesn't make sense for the little kids. So I move that the board amend the proposed school operational guidelines to continue to allow optional mask policy for kindergarten and first graders.
Is there a second? That motion fails. Is there any other board member comments before I go to the administration comments? Yes, Member Higgins.
Thank you. I somehow feel like in the discussion, I guess maybe I'm one of those that likes active listening, and that is to provide some feedback, and I'm hearing what's being said. And I want to try to make that point. I'm hearing there's no win situation, and I appreciate that. I have people telling me that if we don't do masks, then they won't send their kids to school. I'm hearing here that if we do masks and require it, I'm not going to send my kids to school. We do have two sides. The biggest loser on this is that we're not focusing on academics. I mean, we're so distracted at this point in time with this issue of the mask issue and the pandemic that we're distracted from the most important thing is teaching kids. And the academic outcomes in the school are serious issues. And I respect that. I really do appreciate it. I've heard some testimony here tonight that's very moving to me. I wear hearing aids. I know that wearing the mask, how that impacts how you hear people. And I heard that comment, and I connected with that quite a bit because I realized that every kid has their differences of how they react to this, and some are very difficult. I also remember a presentation by Texas Tech professor at UAA, and they talked about how we're going to have a better communications and discussion about things. And their study didn't show how you could get people communicating. What it showed was that people have an opinion, they go out and find facts to support it, and both sides were doing the same thing. It's not just one side, it's both sides. Both sides need to recognize that within that. I like the idea when I heard, is there some way to do separate classrooms? Just because it's an alternative to what's being done. I have to tell you that the idea of the mask, from my standpoint, from what I've been told, and I work in a hospital, the mask protects others. It doesn't protect you. So if you go with some people wearing masks and some people not, then the people who want to be protected aren't being protected if the other people aren't wearing masks. And that's a lose-lose situation. Both sides come out behind. The people who want the mask are saying, I want my kids protected. And if the other kids around them aren't wearing a mask, then they don't feel protected. If you're wearing the mask, that's not protecting you. Okay, it's protecting others. So there's no halfway type trip where you say, okay, some of the kids in the classroom have masks and they're protected because only the ones with the mask are protecting others, and then the ones without the mask are not protected. I would love to find a solution that recognized and appreciated that we got a difference of opinion. I'm not going to buy in that the people want masks and the CDC and the American Pediatric Association are giving me false information. I'm going to rely upon science, okay? I have to. I'm not going to listen to either political network out there telling me one side or the other. And that's the issue. So I'm relying, if I could find a win-win situation, I'd love it. I'm relying upon the superintendent to use scientific information that's going to provide best protection for the kids. But my problem is, what is best protection? I agree with the mental health issues. I agree that we have issues with special needs kids. We have all those types of situations out there. I don't know how to accommodate both. I'm sure if the superintendent came up with a solution, she's going to come right back with it. Because I don't think anybody here doesn't want that to be accomplished. I honestly don't think that's the case. Every kid loses in pandemic. Whether you're wearing a mask or you aren't, you got risk factors, you lose either way. It's along those lines. And so I just want to tell you, I have been listening tonight to a lot of testimony, okay? And I know that some people there's only one way, and that's, and there's no other way. There are different people who's going to have different opinions about this. They're both right for their family, for their kids. I don't want to direct your kids on what to do, and I don't think you should be wanting to direct other kids on what they want to do. I don't see a middle ground where some people wear masks, some people don't, and it's safe. If I saw that, I would agree with that. But I just don't see it. But if there was an option out there to be able to deal with kids that there was a large enough group, and you talked about a separate school, anybody can do whatever they want to, and I understand that. But I don't want to see people not get the benefits out of ASD as well. And I understand the social emotional level are great. And I've got grandkids in the school system, 6 of them, and I know how they feel about it. And I know their parents would probably pull their kids out before they put them in something they thought was unsafe. And I understand why you feel the opposite, because it is unsafe that way. Either way, it's a lose-lose. I just want to tell you that I think the other board members have been listening to. This is a very, very complex issue to us. I'm looking at science to tell me what's the safest and where are we at. And I hope that they pull back as quickly as they can with this. But I've also seen what's going on in Florida. I've seen what's going on in some other states where they relaxed it and how bad it is. And I'm listening to Louisiana where the hospital rooms and the pediatric ICUs are full. And I'm not blind to that. And so it's an issue that's a difficult one. I just hope we can lower our voice, try to have a continued discussion, and hopefully we'll get some changes coming out. And we'll get some directions from CDC that will allow us to get down. But our numbers have been going up. The spread rate has been frightening. I work in a hospital. I get this all the time. And the risk factors are up, according to all the medical professionals I deal with. I don't see an easy solution, but I want to tell you, I appreciate your side too. Okay? There are serious issues here while we impact some kids wearing the mask. We are impacting their learning. We're impacting their social emotional. We're doing a lot of that. And I understand from other parents, they don't want to put their kids at safety risk. I appreciate that too. I have to listen to both. And I like to make the most logical decision possible. And I rely upon science. I rely upon professionals. And I look at that data, and I've been reading it. I've been hearing it at work every day and listening to the outcomes. And I just hope that somehow or another we can come out with some solution in between that helps what you're trying to accomplish while we still recognize the risk factors both ways. Okay. They're both risk factors, and we're trying to come out with something, but we got to use the best science we can. We can't place people in ICUs like Louisiana's doing big time. They're maxed out in hospitals. They can't fit anymore, and they're turning away. I don't want to be in that shape. And if we don't get ahead of the curve, we're hearing CDC say that. But I hope we listen to one another. I hope we hear each other a little bit. And somewhere along this line, we try to do a little active listening. I hope you hear us. I'm trying to hear you. And I think the board is trying to do that too. I appreciate the testimony tonight. I'm glad Dave Donnelly wanted to hear the testimony before we got to this point. I think it was a good decision. I support that. And this is probably the longest I've tried to concentrate on something that many people. But I have, and I appreciate everybody that testified both sides, because I believe it's heartfelt, and I believe you really care about kids, and that's what you're trying to accomplish. And we should at least agree upon that, that we're just trying to work with different data. We're trying to do it, and we're trying to sort it. And if I could find a solution to make everybody happy, I'd love to find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Any other closing comments? I'll just go around. Member Holloman, did you have a closing comment?
Thank you.
Member Wilson.
I just wanted to say I really appreciate all of the testimony, both in person and written testimony. We received quite a bit of that. And I really appreciate the kids that stepped up to speak. Quite impressed with all of them. So I was really happy to hear them. I understand that, like Pat said, it's definitely a divided issue, and either side, we're concerned about our kids, all of the kids in the Anchorage School District, and not just the kids, their families and the staff. And I just want to say that my primary concern is the safety of our kids, and I choose to err on the side of caution until our numbers start to decrease again. So
thank you. Okay, Member Lessons and then Member Jacobs.
Thank you. I will echo Member. Oh, the court did that. Okay. I will echo Member Wilson and Member Higgins for their gratitude for each and every one of you. It's late. It's almost 11 o'clock for staying here. The gratitude for hundreds of other people who have sent in their testimony. The gratitude, quite frankly, I'll say it again, to Ms. Katie Grant, and honestly, and to President Bellamy for answering as many of those as humanly possible. I read each and every one of those emails, and our community cares fundamentally about their children. Our community cares about their learning. Our community cares about their health. And I hope that as we move forward, we as a board will remember that as we look at our goals and our guardrails, we need to think about how we are sending our kids out into the world. We want them well equipped emotionally. We want them well equipped socially. We want them well equipped to live happy, fulfilling lives. And I think that many of the things that were raised here tonight support that general concept and that general framework. I support precaution as we move forward in this COVID moment, but I see it as a moment. I cannot support a forever mandate. I am fundamentally concerned with protecting our children under 12 who have yet to be vaccinated. Once that has happened, once all families who are interested in giving their children that vaccine, once they have had the chance to get, assuming both doses, and have that additional time to reach up for full immunity, which is a couple of weeks, I think that that's a good time to talk about releasing or relaxing the mask mandate. But that's where I stand right now. I will say I have thought a lot about the society in which we live. It's not really a fundamentally free society. I don't know the last time I drove past a school bus with the stop signs out. I don't know the last time I purposely drove on the wrong side of the road or ran a red light. I certainly haven't sold tobacco or alcohol to minors. I know that ASD regularly commits time and resources to fire drills, earthquake drills, the ALIS drills. We're moving forward with secure vestibules, security cameras. I toured the bus facility this summer. ASD's buses the new ones have lower sidewalls. You know why that is? It's to reduce the likelihood that a child is going to be dragged underneath the bus. That one caught my attention. So we put precautionary practices into play, even if there's a tiny, tiny chance that some kindergartner is going to get dragged under the school bus on a dark stop, at a dark bus stop. I appreciate your time commitment, and I look forward to working with the entire community and hearing the entire community as we move forward.
Thank you. Member Jacobs.
Thank you. I'll echo the sentiment that anyone who takes time out to participate in this process has my respect. How we go about operations as a board and working to improve our district and adhere to our goals and guardrails is something that will be debated among this body, and I'm looking forward to those discussions going forward. At this point, I support a plan that I think most of us do that will keep kids and students in classrooms. We saw detrimental effects to mental health last year. I, as a therapeutic foster parent, certainly saw it to the youth in my home, and so I want to make sure that in-person instruction happens, and that's a plan that I can get behind and one I support, and I look forward to hearing from folks in future meetings and performing the role of the board. So thank you to the administration for preparing the plan. Thank you to the board for bringing up valid points. Thank you to the public for submitting numerous and hundreds of pieces of public testimony. We're here to listen, and I'm looking forward to doing more of that as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bishop, do you have any comments?
Just thank you again for the feedback, and I especially do love student testimony as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, personally, I just want to thank everyone who wrote testimony, submitted testimony. You can go online and see what people submitted. Everybody that called, text. I just want to thank everybody for all of their input. It's difficult. There is no win-win. At the same time, we all agree that our kids are important. We all agree that we want to keep them safe. During a pandemic, we just don't know how to do that yet. We know what worked in the spring. This is the exact same plan we had in the spring with a few minor exceptions. We were happy to get kids back in March, fully masked. So we have to keep working together. We will work harder. We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. Whether you believe it or not, we do hear you. Your voices are important. All of our parent voices are important. So I thank you. I thank the team, the task force, for coming up with the plan and working with the superintendent to do that. I thank the staff for their diligence and making sure that our sites are ready to go and our staff have what they need. And with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second to adjourn. Any opposition? Thank you.